Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Snetterton, Norfolk's finest circuit. As you can see behind me, the Caterhams are ready to go. It's the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship getting ready for their second race, the first of today. On the pole spot, winning from pole with the fastest lap last time around is championship leader Taylor O'Flanagan. Taylor, well, I mean, your season, certainly in the second half, has been absolutely rosy.
Yeah, feeling really good at the moment. Hopefully to do a similar result today would be great.
So, I mean, you were doing pretty well in the first half of the season. What's changed since Silverstone?
I don't think a massive amount's changed. Obviously learning throughout the season, but yeah, some tracks are more suited to others, and the drivers out here are very talented, so we chop and change each track. But yeah, feeling good at the moment.
Awesome stuff. I'm not surprised. May your luck continue. Best of luck to you, Taylor O'Flanagan. Let's have a chat with Hugo Bush, who's starting from second. He's third in a really tight championship fight with his contemporaries. Hugo.
Morning.
Good morning. Feeling confident ahead of today?
Yeah, feeling good. Yeah, hopefully a similar race to yesterday with a different result on the last lap, hopefully.
That was obviously quite a bit cooler than it was yesterday. Does that make a huge difference to these cars?
I think it might do with the tyres. I mean, we'll find out when we get out there.
And you're in a really tight championship tussle with Dom Mansberg and Gwyn Jones and Tom Cockerell, all starting behind you. Are you still gunning for this man behind me, or is it more defending from those behind you?
It's both, really. It's both. A win would be lovely.
Awesome stuff. Best of luck then. Hugo Bush starting from second position in today's race. Tom Cockerell is having a natter to his crew. He's indicating to... Oh, I thought you were indicating to me. Tom, well, second row, starting from third. Again, you're in such a tight championship tussle at the moment with those around you. Are you confident you can make a big difference today?
Absolutely. So hoping to latch onto the front two, make it a three-way battle, and then we'll see what happens with the toe towards the end of the race.
It feels like it's starting to spin a little bit. So are you a fan of slippery conditions, or you prefer it like it was yesterday?
I quite like it changeable. It adds a little factor. Every lap's a new lap, so I wouldn't mind a little bit of rain. See what happens.
Your prayers have been answered by the feel of it. Best of luck when you get out there, Tom. Another strong result for you. Right, we've got time for a couple more. Let's have a chat with fourth place starter Dom Mansbergen. Guten Morgen, sir.
Guten Morgen.
So, again, as I mentioned the others, if my maths is right, you're in a really tight championship fight. You're level with, I beg your pardon, you're second, but only by a few points. So, I mean, does that play on your mind when you're racing out there, or is it a case of get out there and get on with it?
Not yet, because you really can't plan it in a Caterham race. That's too close. Also, the gap from second to third, for example, it's only 1 point, so you can't really plan it.
That makes perfect sense. So, I mean, the first half of the season, you were leading the way. It was really, really tight battle. Sadly, brands didn't quite go your way. As a bit of a shame. Well, one of the races, I should say, didn't quite go your way. Is there anything you change? Is there anything in your mindset that you change, or is it just still, give it everything you've got?
No, it was just a bad weekend, to be honest. So I'm not changing anything in the driving style. I mean, Brands Hatch is a very tight circuit, so it's always a bit crucial if you try to overtake. Here we have a wider circuit, and it's far better to fight each other.
Right, as indications are being given out. Best of luck, good sir. As we've got time for a couple more. The weather doesn't seem to want to know what it wants to do, which is going to shake up the field for some. Starting in fifth is Adam West in the 93 car. Adam. So, it looks like it might be a little bit slippery out there. Are you happy with that?
Absolutely. We've been waiting for a fully dry race weekend all year. I thought this was going to be it, but obviously not. So.
So talk us through how your season is. I'll try that question again. How you feel your season has gone?
Yeah, pretty well. I've dropped 2 rounds out of it because I drive the car and the rounds were just too far away to drive to circuit. So I'm not in any contention for anything, but I've loved it every round I've been to and managed to get a podium at Brands. So that was the highlight of the season so far.
So are you gunning for these top spots today, depending on what the weather's doing, of course, or is it a case of defend from behind?
I've got to try my best to move forward, see if I can ruffle some feathers up there.
Good man. Best of luck out there, Adam. We wish you the best. One more then from Wales, Gwyn Jones. As mentioned, he's joint on points with Tom Cockerell at the moment. Gwyn. So locked in a battle for fourth, at least at the moment, but it's just a couple of points between you and your German arch rival over there. How are you feeling coming into today's race?
Yeah, it should be a good race. Yeah, looks like. So, yeah.
Well, as a Welshman, you should be used to the rain, surely not?
Yeah, I should be, shouldn't I? I should be right now.
So, looking forward to another strong result here today?
Well, yeah, just you can do is try your best, and that's all you can do, isn't it? So, hopefully get a good result.
Good man, good man. Best of luck out there, Gwyn. And, one more. Excellent. We've got time to have another chat. It's good to get further down the grid to have a chat with more drivers. James Hall in the 98 car. Hello, James.
Hello.
So, starting from 7th, how are you feeling?
Good. Bit concerned about the rain which has just started. None of us are thinking about that. It's made up of
in conditions in these races, the setup really changed an awful lot. Because obviously downforce isn't really a thing in these. When there's a bit more inclement, does the setup change drastically?
Yeah, just that you want it a bit softer, probably a bit less, sort of change the tyre pressures too, but we'll see. I'm hoping it will dry out by the time we're out.
Gunning for the top spots or defending from those behind you?
Probably defending from those behind me.
You're a modest man. Best of luck out there, James. And we'll throw it to Scott in the commentary box.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Chris, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of racing here at Snetterton in Norfolk for this BRFCC and Caterham Motorsport race weekend. We just had a 2-part qualifying session, which was interrupted by a red flag, completed for another championship, which is racing later on today. But we kick off today's action with our second race of the weekend for the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship. This is the second step on the 5-step Caterham Motorsport factory promoted ladder, with drivers who fresh out of the academy last year, both the green and white group, all racing this year for a championship. It's been quite a battle in itself. I'm glad to say once again for me for the Caterham races today is Chris Hutchinson, former Caterham champion and current Caterham 7 Championship UK racer as well. His championship finale comes in a couple of weeks at Cadwell Park. But as we talked about yesterday, Chris, you've been in this scenario before, going through your second season of racing. At this stage in their drivers' careers, given the fact they've had a whole season racing in the academy, slightly different spec with the upgrades onto the car, which we'll get onto in a second. By this point in their racing careers as Caterham drivers, what is usually the mindset of a Caterham driver? Is it just looking back at what they've learnt the past 2 seasons? How much have they developed compared to where they would have been at the start of the season?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. You never stop learning. Every single time you go out on track, you're learning something, whether it's a testing day, a track day, or every single race, some new scenario comes up. Yet they have been faced with a whole season of academy and now nearly a whole season of their road sport. So they are definitely getting to the point where they're starting to understand the basics and the mechanics of everything. They're really just fine-tuning. And again, you'll find that everyone starts becoming closer on times as they start learning those tips and tricks. So you can see some spots of rain there on the camera, so there's another element bringing into this morning. It's only sort of drizzly weather at the moment, but it adds a little bit of doubt in your mind. Because we're on the treaded tyre, you don't actually need to change tyres for the wet weather, but it certainly changes your approach, and you would generally choose a slightly different setup in wet weather. So again, it's just situations like this which add another element of unknown to and maybe they haven't been faced with this situation before, but as they progress through road sport, they certainly learn those skills as they're just leaving Parc Fermé now to sort of sit on the grid for a bit.
Yeah, and the key thing is, of course, as well with those drivers, is that as they've kind of moved on, they've kind of been able to use that point to keep on moving up. And particularly these weather conditions, as it will be slightly different, there isn't every chance here that they might get a second green flag to adjust to the conditions, because it was a bit brighter and a bit sunnier yesterday, but this morning, for a Sunday morning, a little bit dark, a little bit grey, a little bit murkier. You can see the headlights are on all the cars as well. So it is different conditions, which means the tyre temperature is going to be different, the track temperature is going to be different, the air temperature is going to be different, and even though you think, well, just temperatures, they can all combine, all make quite a big difference in how the car performs and how it grips compared to yesterday, because different track, tyre and air temperatures can give a whole different range of performance on several different levels.
Yeah, and including the tyres, obviously that's your main, it's the only contact point between yourself and the track, and if the track's a bit colder and maybe a little bit slippy, and your tyre temperatures haven't come up, then your pressures of your tyres differ. And in a Caterham, tyre pressure actually makes quite a big difference to the handling characteristics. You can adjust the balance and all sorts using just the tyre pressures alone. But yeah, I'm not sure whether the conditions are going to be suitably different in here for an extra green flag lap. We'll see whether the Clark course calls for it, but at the moment I think it's more kind of mental rain at the moment, as in it's in your head because you see the spots of rain, but actually when it comes to the driving it won't make a difference just yet.
As we both know, this is a situation for drivers where if it is starting to drizzle and get a little bit greasy out there, those ironically are the worst conditions that they want to have, because as a racing driver, as you fully all know, you either want the setup one of two ways: fully wet or fully dry, because you know exactly what parameters you need to change into what areas. When it's in between, that's when it becomes a setup nightmare.
It can become a real setup nightmare. Yeah, there's nothing you can do obviously in your car. You're sat on the car, so you've really got to drive what you've got underneath you. And yeah, but there would be different things you can do as we're going through the grid, Scott.
Yeah, we'll catch on that in a second, but let's go through the grid. It's set by the results of race 1 yesterday. So points leader Taylor and Flanagan will start on pole position alongside Hugo Bush in second. Then Tom Cochran and Dominic Mansberger make up the second row ahead of Adam West and Gwyn Jones, who starts much better today after he started back in 12th in race 1 yesterday. James Hall and Sam Gibbons then come next on row 4 to start 7th and 8th. And the top 10 is completed by Steve Lancaster, who starts 9th, and Christopher Broom, who recovered well from a spin yesterday to pick up the final top 10 spot. Row 6 is Ron Mounsey, and then Ryan Lovett, who I think did well to survive damage to the front of his nose section. They managed to, I think, hopefully repair that and get it going for today's second race. Peter Mock comes next on the 7th row alongside Adrian Mariadis in number 81. We go back to the 8th row of the grid behind him for Kevin Turner and Ian Hapgood, who start 15th and 16th on the grid. Then it's Mike Hilton and Marcus Eels, who will line up on the 9th row of the grid to start 17th and 18th. And then Simon Arnold and Chris Griffith will round out the 20-car grid for this second race of the weekend for the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship. So just a reminder of the Caterham Roadsport cars. As we mentioned, these are cars which have already entered their second year of competition life. They started out as Academy cars last year, but then upgrades are very simple. They simply just give them a new different set of tyres. They switch them from the dedicated Academy specification Avon tyre which they run onto a tyre which they'll use over the next 3 seasons, which is the Avon ZZS tyre. They also run a rear anti-roll bar as well, and that increases the grip and reduces the body roll, particularly roll on oversteer. And that means that all of that combined can give you roughly around about a 1 to 2 second lap time difference and be that little bit quicker in terms of the car. So only just a couple of small changes on the car that are made, but it does give you a couple of extra setup parameters, which actually does make quite a big difference in terms of how quick. And it is amazing how much time a rear anti-roll bar and a different set of tyres can make compared to the original car.
And it doesn't punish you for it. The Roadsport tyres are a little bit more racy, but it gives you that extra grip. Watching them on this green flag lap, though, it is actually quite slippy out there. I can see that they're understeering, and on the power, they're squirming around a little bit. So out of our window, it doesn't look too bad, but I think actually on a different part of the circuit, there's maybe a little bit more moisture than we were expecting this morning.
And I think, because usually if they were going to get them up straight away, there would be markers still on the grid already waiting for them. But the fact that I can't immediately see marshals on the grid would suggest that potentially they are going to give them a second green flag lap, mainly because it looks like, as we see Mike Hilton's going for a very slow but gentle rotation in these ever greasy conditions. That if that's not a signal to give them a second green flag lap, I'm not quite sure what is anything clearer on that, because that was quite you can see the race going down a little bit harder. So, and there are visible tracks now. You can see it is starting to lay down some moisture.
And they've done all their testing and all the racing yesterday in dry weather. So this is the first time some of them will, for some of them, if they haven't come testing here in the wet, they won't have tried this track out in the wet. And every track has a different character and a different line that's actually useful to use. So it does look like, I would certainly, as far as the driver's seat, want another green flag lap, but whether that would happen or not, we're just about to find out.
Well, the cars are actually pulling up onto the grid, so rather than actually get a second green flag, they're going to go out there and tackle what are perceived to have been, I guess, from race control, sort of not too dissimilar conditions in terms of being too well. I probably understand if there was a bit more spray, a bit more moisture on the circuit, they would give them that, and the fact that these are essentially semi-slick tyres in some cases means there are 1 or 2 groups to wash away some initial standing moisture. But I think the fact we've got a few more cars still coming to the grid means the drivers have been taking it a little more tentatively in this formation lap, just to make sure that they're not coming off like Mike Hilton did.
Yeah, it's going to be a voyage of discovery over these opening laps for everybody, and those that have done their wet testing before now will have a bit of an advantage there. So Mike Hilton showing how slippy it is out there, just a slight oversteer moment, and it came round even on the green flag lap at reduced speed. So you're going to have to be really careful here, Scott, but it's going to be exciting for us to watch and see how they get on.
So, headlights ablaze on a grey and murky Sunday morning for the penultimate meeting of the season of the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship. O'Flanagan, yesterday's winner and the championship leader, but can he make it 2 from 2 and continue one step further to the title? The red lights go out and they scrabble away for traction off the line. Strong start from pole from championship leader Flanagan. Head down towards Ritchie's for the first time. And look at them, it's almost like, forget Carreras in the mist, it's Caterham's in the mist. They charge down towards Ritchie's for the first time. And it is going to be in the lead, Taylor Flanagan. But talk about Batman, Adam West has come from nowhere from the 3rd row of the grid. He's up to 2nd place, I saw coming through. So he's got past Tom Cockrell and Mansberger and Bush and everyone else around him. Everyone appears to have got through Ritchie's nice and clean, which is good to see. Now comes the big test, the first big stop, which is at Wilson Hairpin. And Flanagan gets all arms and elbows as he gets crossed up in the middle of the apex. Turn their way through, giving themselves plenty of room. So Ryan Lovett's lost a few more spots. That's not a good start for him. So there's been quite a lot of shuffling around below the sort of top 5-6 drivers. And back into Palmer. Everyone just taking different lines and different confidence levels in the first few corners. But so far, O'Flanagan leads the ways to come out of it. He's taking going off the racing line. But a great start from Adam West up to 2nd place. living up to his nickname.
Yeah, brilliant. In these reduced conditions, if you get your clutch bike point exactly right and your revs right, you can absolutely fly off the grid compared to others who maybe got a bit of wheel spin. But brilliant there. Hugo Busch slipping quite deep into the field at the moment, so he's got a bit of work to come back up, and that could be crucial in the championship. Everyone doing a good job so far, though, of taking it nice and easy and making sure that they're safe as they're going around. No big dramas just yet, but we've seen Dominic Mansberger before in the Roadsport really be good in the wet, so maybe he's just coming towards his conditions that he really loves. But yeah, great start to be in second place already.
Yeah, it's a good reminder that Dominic Mansberger is essentially, in these kind of lower ranks, the Caterham Rainmeister, no pun intended being German, but even so, he's currently at the moment in 4th position, and you have to say again, given some of the performances he's put in previous times when it's been adverse conditions, you certainly wouldn't bet against him putting on quite a good performance if it does start to get even wetter. The cars make their way around out of Williams. There's Peter Martin, car number 96. He's also taking it quite tentatively. So off the Bentley straight, they tiptoe and then put their foot down towards the Brundle-Nelson complex. There'll be a couple of drivers braking a little earlier than usual because, again, this is not fully dry, fully wet conditions. It's that area in between where it's greasy, it's a little bit tricky, a little bit treacherous, and cars don't have a guaranteed amount of grip in. They don't know what's going on. That's Mike Hilton's gone for his second excursion of the day already. After he had the spin on the formation lap, he's clouted either the barrier or someone else. So his car is out of the race already. And that might have been someone who's either struggling or possibly who was tied up with him. That is car 20. And that's Chris Griffiths, so he's obviously having a bit of a gentle run on this first lap to test the conditions. But this is the thing in terms of these, is it starting to steadily rain now and start to get wetter? These drivers are now going to the end of the first lap. This is not the same conditions and not the same grip levels that they left when they won the formation lap. So in this situation, when it's not fully wet and fully dry, every single lap you're finding different weather conditions and different levels of grip at different circuits. That's Adrian Mariada's also up against the barrier. Now, I don't exactly put 2 and 2 together immediately, but 2 cars off near each other at that point does suggest there may have been a bit of a coming together.
Definitely a smoking gun there, isn't there, Scott? Yeah, every single lap is a voyage of discovery. You've got to work out what was the grip like on the last lap, what was the corner like just now, and even then you don't have all the information you need. So there's a little bit of guesswork, a bit of experience, which we were talking about earlier, and Roadsport are still developing that experience. So we're in the upper sort of higher levels of the championship, you might see better or more knowledge there. We will see some very strange lines starting to develop now, but that's not necessarily mean that they've got it wrong. So they will be missing those apexes because as a driver you want to stay off of the racing line as best you can. There's often more grip at the outside of the tracks, so you will see some strange lines happening. It doesn't always mean they've overbraked. It actually might mean that they're actually on the slightly faster line. And as we move from slippy conditions into slightly more damp, we've got yellow flags there as well. Maybe that's where the Hilton car is off the track. But yeah, as the track gets more slippy, yes, you will see them moving to those wet lines more and more, and you can see that Flanagan is actually right at the outside of the track, which is sometimes exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, that's off the race on Gwyn Jones. He's just skating his way through. There's a yellow flag, I think, that went out just briefly for the fact that he was off the road. And through past him went Steve Lancaster to his advantage. Now, Gwyn Jones was just ahead of Hugo Busch, so he's lost out to Busch and now also to him as well. One sequence I was watching was what was going on between West, Cockrell and Mansberger. There was a point where Mansberger was ahead of Cockrell. It looks like Adam West's made a mistake, but not only has Tom Cockrell gone through, Mansberger gone through, but then he's also been repassed by Tom Cockrell whilst he was passing West as well. If you don't understand that, neither do I. But essentially, the sequence is now that Tom Cockrell is down to 2nd place, Dominic Mansberger is into 3rd, and Adam West is down to 4th. So after his strong start, Chris, back down to outside the podium places, but still looking pretty strong up there in P4. Yeah,
there's still plenty of time to go now. I'd say they will start getting a bit of confidence in themselves now. They've seen a bit of the conditions. We're not in a pouring rain situation, so things are going to be developing slowly, and we might even see if it stops drizzling that a dry line starts to appear. So they'll have to keep their eye out there. As you see, is that drifting wide again? I think that was he did it down Agostini as well, didn't he? So he's over braking himself. He's trying too much to get the brakes and drifting too wide. We said wide was good, but actually that was too wide.
Yeah, this Gwyn Jones having a bit of a nightmare second lap. It's the second time, as you say, he's had a bit of an excursion to cope with the conditions that are quite literally ever changing every single corner. There's Ron Mountsie tiptoeing his way through Brundle-Nelson. He's just behind Marcus Eels there in the Marlboro livery machine. And there goes Dominic Mansberger. That's a move for him up into 4th position, so 3rd position. So that's now West down to 4th. He was trying to get back past Mansberger, I think, after he'd been taken for 3rd place earlier on. O'Flanagan, meanwhile, out in front. He finishes the first flying lap and sets the fastest lap at 2:43.639. So that's him now out in front. And he seems to be loving the conditions. We thought that Mansberger was the Rainmeister. He's got a gap out to about 6 seconds already at this point. So Mansberger certainly trying to take one step closer to the title today. And given the space he's opened that gap in as many as 2 laps, he's stalling out there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely got to grips with it. He's absolutely wide there. I would say that's probably a little bit too far. Generally, you want to stay 1 or 2 car widths off the racing line. So he's definitely maximising. But sometimes just maximising your braking and even taking a bit too much is the real, it shows confidence in these conditions. As long as you've got the car control to keep it all pointing in the right direction, that can often be the way. We've still got a side-by-side battle here. Mansberger's got the outside grippier line, so I expect he'll be ahead going into Agostini.
It almost looks like O'Flanagan literally is the only person out on track. Because when you saw him on track there, both O'Flanagan and Mansberger amongst their battle hadn't even come through Palmer in towards Agostini. So incredible stuff, and they're still going at it. Oh, and O'Flanagan and Cockrell I thought was taking that wide line, but again, that catches your eye, because even me for a second, you think they're going straight on off the road, they haven't braked, but they are purposely going to the outside line, because to reinforce what you said, on the racing line, ironically, when it's wet, obviously if you apply wet to rubber on the circuit, it becomes the opposite of what you get in the dry. It's incredibly slippery, so you have to go offline to find the parts of the circuit that are more straight down to the ground, rather than carrying a layer of rubber put down from all the dry running, because then the parts of the circuit that don't have the rubber, ironically in the wet, the more grip that you do have, as you clarified. So that's them simply searching for the grippier parts of the circuit and not traditional racing line. Otherwise, if they brake on the racing line, rather in the dry where they get lots of grip and then probably slow down quicker, it just is a one-way ticket to speed the car up by skating off. Yeah,
absolutely. And yeah, you want to be anywhere where the racing line isn't. And some corners, like Brundtland and Senna, you actually you can't avoid the racing line because it makes the track too long. To go around the outside of the track at these 2 corners would be too long. Mansberger down the inside again. But yes, often even when you've gone wide and deep into a corner, you get really good traction on the exit. So actually, it makes you carry more speed, even though the track's a lot longer by going around the outside. You carry so much more speed that over the course of the lap, that is the correct line to be on because it's quicker.
Saw there Mansberger with a little bit of a flick of oversteer as he managed to complete the move on Cockrell heading through Brundtland Nelson. A few more battles going on further back. This is Ryan Lovett, who is having a scrap with Peter Mott and the 27 Kevin Turner, and all 3 of them are chasing Steve Lancaster at the moment, so battles going on towards the bottom of the top 10. Still looking at our scrap for 2nd and 3rd. This is Mansberger still with Cockrell. Then West is 4th. He's been chased down by Hugo Bush-Finn, who's had a couple of race wins this year. No stopping O'Flanagan, still spread eagling the field and charging out in front, but I think it is now side by side again for 2nd place, which it is. Cockrell got the better run off the corner out of Murray's, gets the sprint down, takes the toe and moves alongside down the pit straight, and is already back in front to 2nd place by the time they turn in to Richie's corner to start lap 4. And looking in terms of lap time comparison, whether it's just the fact that they're battling or not, O'Flanagan's last lap was a new fast lap of the race again, as we mentioned, 2:43.141. But that's at least 2 to 3 seconds quicker than anyone else. We thought Dominic was the Rainmaster. Taylor seems to have picked up all by himself.
Yeah, we're not in the soaking wet conditions where we've seen Dominic really have a good time. We just saw Dominic there getting no traction out of that corner, but had nowhere to go. Cockrell had nowhere to go, so couldn't make a most of it. But yeah, O'Flanagan absolutely maximising. I wonder whether he'd been here in the slippy conditions on one of a track day or a test day, perhaps, that's given him that extra confidence. Maybe he's just had a slippy day and he's just woken up and had a good, as we said yesterday, had his Weetabix or other brands are available. But yes, Dominic now ahead again, but he has been choosing the inside line on a couple of times, and it has affected. You can see him going he's drifted to the outside because he's got no grip, but yeah, he was going for the inside line and drifting out. So he's still not necessarily find how to maximise, but he's put his car ahead, and that's where he wants to be. We've got the normal sort of contenders, haven't we, all lined up now. So as the race has developed a bit, Hugo's back on the tail of this pack.
So as these 4 continue to scrap, it's pretty much giving advantage Taylor O'Flanagan by almost 10 seconds in that lead at the moment. The rest of the top 10 completed by Steve Lancaster in 6th, Chris Broome in 7th, Gwyn Jones, who's slithered down to 8th after his early mishaps. 9th is Sam Gibbons and 10th is Ryan Lovett. And then looking at the rest of the order, there's not really anyone else that's who's too out of position really. James Hall's not having a great race. He had a decent one yesterday, but he's down in 14th at this point in time. He's 38 seconds off the lead, so got some work to do to make that one up. Meanwhile, out of a distance, having a very casual, murky Sunday morning drive is Taylor O'Flanagan, and certainly pulling away to the tune of about 2 to 3 seconds a lap, which is pretty extraordinary, and I think we'd agree is rather un-Caterham-like. You don't normally get them pull away by that much unless you are that much more comfortable with the car. And as Tom Cockrell and co are slithering around there in 3rd place trying to find the grip, again, really is ever changing with the conditions. It's still sort of drizzling and raining out there, but it's making the circuit very steadily different. And even a minute change in grip on any corner can be the difference between a couple of tenths or making a mistake or not. It really is an adventure out there in terms of finding out exactly what kind of grip you've got and having to pretty much rethink your line in every corner, every single lap, because it's never the same each time you come to it.
Yeah, and yes, so these are the kind of conditions we would have a different setup, or we'd choose to use a different setup if we were going out for now. But they will have gone out on a purely dry car setup. They'd have, had the rear anti-roll bar as stiff as they can go to give them all that sort of extra dynamics. But in the wet, that causes you to lose the rear end, and we have some great examples of people that great car control on show as well to sort of control all that. But you can see the cars squirming and moving, which you can't always see in the dry, so it's good to see that.
So I think possibly for this lap that's just completed, the Taylor's decided to back it off a little bit because he started to feel the effects of the different conditions, because he's done a 2:44.1. Dominic Mansberger, whilst it's a personal best for him, he's still half a second off the pace of Flanagan out in front. So if Flanagan leads the race as we come towards the into the second half of the race with about 8.25 minutes to go, Mansberger is there in second place, a Cockrell third, West fourth and Bush fifth. But here's your race leader and your championship leader here, as he now looks for that wider line going into Agostini, just takes that wide approach. And so you wait a few seconds, then continue waiting, and you continue waiting, and then the battle for second place appears. And down the outside looks Tom Cockrell, and again, he's not outbraking himself, he's taking that wide line to try and get the better traction round the corner onto corner exit. And if they can still stay side by side, which they have, it gives Cockrell the chance to get the better run off the corner and stay in front for second place. So Cockrell then back into P2 are the outgoing Caterham Academy champions, because later on this morning and today we are definitely going to be crowning our 2021, provisionally our 2021 Academy champions, and then they will also have the Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy race this afternoon, which is essentially something of a graduation race to see the drivers from both groups racing on track together in a single competitive race, rather than being both groups racing together that we had at Silverstone Grand Prix, but simply racing amongst their own drivers for their own championship points. So that'll be quite a fun way to see them graduate in style. And Steve Lancaster having a very quiet race, and he's still staying ahead of Gwyn Jones, who, after his earlier mishaps in the tricky conditions, hasn't really kind of gone forwards. There's not really been a weekend where he's been showing himself as a main front runner this weekend. He has been and definitely is a main front runner, just it hasn't worked out this weekend for whatever reason, just the pace or just the setup or just the luck that hasn't been with him. But he hasn't shown the pace that's seen him win races in the past this weekend, and not really fitting it here.
So yeah, it's, sometimes tracks are a bit like that. Feel like there's absolutely no grip out there, but actually if you just move a couple of meters left or right, there's loads of grip. So it's about knowing and exploring where the grip is on the track, and perhaps he hasn't just learnt that bit of his racecraft quite as well as some of the other guys just yet. Yeah,
you're hoping if he can try and bounce back at Kepwell Park and try and keep up at least his second or third place in the championship, because he'll be, if he drops back a little bit, he'll be mainly battling the likes of Flanagan, Mansberger, and I'm also going to mention Hugo Bush. And the reason why I'm going to mention him is because he's now woken up lap time wise. His last lap was a 2:43.531. He's now gone past Adam West. He's gone round the outside of Dominic Mansberger, who is the renowned Caterham Rainmeister at this point. Now he's going for second place. There's still the evergreen leader, Taylor Flanagan, as he continues on in the lead of the race. His lead gap is 12 seconds so far. He did put in a 2:43.2, which was only a tenth off the fastest lap of the race. And Mansberger does try and fight back on the run towards Agostini. He takes that deeper approach into the hairpin, but Bush sticks to the inside and figures out quite quickly that the outside line is giving much more grip, so he should have gone there when he could. Now it's giving Adam West a chance to get back involved, and with 5 minutes to go, the win looks almost practically certain, but second down to fifth, as we see in typical Caterham fashion, is anyone's guess between these four.
You say it looks certain, but every corner will be an adventure, so it's, you know, anything can still happen. You might get a freak little sort of burst of rain, or even someone going onto the grass and bringing back on a wet patch can actually cause quite a big difference to the way the car handles, and that can be a bit of a shock. So out front he'll be looking as hard as he can to see whether there's anything changed on track, but at the moment it's looking comfortable. His gap's still growing out. We've got 13. A couple of laps ago, get past Adam West and move forward, and it looked like he was going to springboard himself straight into second the following lap again, but that's not quite happened. But nevertheless, he's got the momentum at the moment, and this part of the race, whether he can make that stick again, we'll have to see in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes to decide who gets onto the podium. It looks, again, almost certain. It's never certain until they get to the checkered flag. Though Flanagan is in that position to grab another victory, but for second down to fifth, really is anyone's guess between these four, and Hugo Bush has hit the compression there at the bomb hole just all the wrong way, and that just sends him very. You can see the front wheels were squirming around trying to find grip as they turn their way through. Hugo Bush looking a bit more confident now through the wider part of Coram than the two cars in front of him. Still Cockrell second, Mansberger third, Bush fourth, and Tom Cockrell twitching around on the outside line off the racing line again as another new fast lap gets pumped in, and now it's a 2:42.5 now from Taylor Flanagan. So even in the later stage of the race, Chris, he is still keeping it up, and he's not relenting in his pace. Yeah,
he's finding pace that the others would desperately like by setting the fastest lap in the tow of Hugo Bush there with a 2:42.164. So yeah, really good to see the speed. He's still willing to put it all on the line there out front. As we've still got side by side here for that second, third place battle. It's been a battle all race long so far, hasn't it? And it doesn't look like it's going to relent. We've got Mansberger currently in that second place, so he has overtaken that spot as we've gone from last time we went over the line. But we've got Cockrell following on close, and Hugo Bush still holding on ahead of Adam West. A bit further back there, you can see James Hall, who's down in 14th or 13th now, actually setting the fastest lap there. So it shows that everyone, as time's gone on, they've taken sort of 14, 15 minutes to work it out, but they are all starting to click on what are these conditions, what have I got underneath me, and maybe also we're seeing a slightly drier line now. Maybe the drizzle's stopped. And they sort of brought them all back onto speed. Yeah, it does look a bit more evident that the small spatter of rain that we had seems to have abated. Now it is getting a little bit drier out there, although it's probably not drying as quick as some people would like to be. But moisture, or possibly a surface moisture on the circuit, that's going to try and help create that dry line and the faster lap times. So James Hall then will steal the fastest lap point away from any of these front runners, unless O'Flanagan and Co can put in another better lap in order to get the fastest lap of the race back again. Looking further back here, we've got cars 3 and 27. Kevin Turner is battling with Sam Gibbons. This is over the final top 10 spot, so Kevin Turner has just relieved Gibbons of 10th. And also in there too, we've got Peter Mott in the yellow car, 27, and then James Hall, who we mentioned has just taken the fastest lap of the race, there in 13th place in the zebra liveried car, number 98. So a minute and a half to go as they watch the battle going on for 9th. Head into Oggies now. This is on lap 7. Now with our quartet battling over the second, third, fourth and fifth positions, and Tom Cockrell finds himself right in no man's land because he's lost out to Mansberg on that lap, but also he's lost out to both Hugo Bush and then almost Adam West before Batman himself spins around and I don't think there was contact, but he just caught a damp patch right off the racing line just as he went out of it, and then Nelson tried to get the power down. It is an excitement trying to complete the move on Cockrell, and it just got away from him. Yeah, it's so easy to do. You just press that accelerator slightly too much, and the rear end gives up on its grip, and once it's gone, it's just wheel spinning, and you're heading to your spin you can't do anything about it. But Hugo Bush absolutely nailing this last. See Cockrell there sort of drifting out wide, but Hugo Bush absolutely nailing the tail end of this race. Can he get past Mansberger on these final? Well, it's going to be the final lap, isn't it? Yeah, last lap border's gone out. Flanagan heads down. Mansberger then does take the fastest lap of the race, 2:41.220, so he will get the bonus point if he can stay like this for the remaining 3 miles of racing. To which they go for now the last time with about 27 seconds left on the clock. So Tom Cockrell trying to just skitter around and find some grip here, but Hugo Bush certainly coming a bit better in this second race. He had to kind of charge his way through a bit more on the first as Cockrell takes the wider line into Wilson to keep onto the rear roll cage of Hugo Bush, get the better traction off the corner, which has worked. And as Hugo Bush was trying to find grip, Cockrell found it quicker and pulled himself alongside. I'm certain he would have been on the outside line heading into Palmer, which we'll look at in a moment when we switch back to the leaders. Here goes
Turner ahead of Peter Mott. So I think Sam Gibbons lost a couple of places because they're all chasing down Chris Broom. And it has been, well pointed out by Chris, there has been the switch around. So Mansberger is in second place. When they come into view, yes, Cockrell is into third now. He's still sliding around, but he's managed to hold on to the place. Bushy's down to fourth at this point, and that was purely just because, again, that wider line worked for Tom. He's done that several times. But he took the wider line, had much better grip, and you saw the amount of punch he got off the corner, much better than Hugo. Whilst he was spinning his wheels trying to find grip, Tom had it, and he managed to get the move done, I'm pretty certain, on that outside line at Palmer, which is not easy, given that part of the circuit is off camber.
Yeah, so you got the outside line round the hairpin, which tucked it onto the sort of inside of the corner on exit, which gave him the traction up the inside of Hugo, and then the actual outside of Palmer is the place to be, especially in these conditions. Whilst we've been saying it's drying out, I could just, again, by watching the pictures, it's definitely by no means dry, and there are some bits of the track which are still treacherous. As we see, actually, Cockrell's actually got such a slingshot that it looks like might even get a chance to catch up with Mansberger.
Meanwhile, back out in front, just pretty much having a casual ride for himself, is Taylor O'Flanagan. But forgive us, Taylor, we have to look backwards to see what's happening for second place and who he's where at this point. And it is Cockrell to the drive. He got off the corner. That Mansberger's off the road. He's off onto the grass, skating across it towards the hairpin. He'll have to give the position back, though, because he can't let him through that way, which he does. He couldn't stay ahead, otherwise, if he finished ahead of him on the flag, he would have been given a time penalty for that. So, in courteous and in spirit of the rules, he has to give the place back if he gained an unfair advantage to make a position. But meanwhile, Taylor O'Flanagan has pretty much been in front from the lead and stayed there and hasn't been challenged at all. He will now go to Capwell almost certainly with one hand on the Roadsport title. He heads up to the checkered flag and will make it a perfect double sweep here at Snetterton. It's race 2 victory for Taylor O'Flanagan. Makes it a double here in Norfolk, a fantastic way to put himself in contention for that championship. And now for second and third, Cockrell will get closed down by Mansberger in the end, but Cockrell will take second, and he pinches the fastest lap, 2:37.937. What a storming final lap that was, and Tom Cockrell to take third and then second, and then set the fastest lap of the race by some margin. What a lap!
Yeah, that could be championshiply important as well, couldn't it? That could actually have some implications going on. We've got spins happening late in the race there. That's Hall spinning around just as we're coming onto the final. He's been a bit disappointed that he's done all that effort in the last corner. He let it go. We just checked that no one else does pinch that last lap, fastest lap. Obviously, there's speed out there to be found, but at the moment, that extra point could be really crucial.
Could be. Sometimes it's miraculous what the difference one single point can make in a championship battle. So keep an eye on that for the final rounds of Capwell in a couple of weeks' time. But Taylor O'Flanagan, again, a pretty dominant winner as he has been in previous times this year. But Tom Cockrell, as you rightly said, has that point crucially given him a chance to pick himself back into a podium spot in the championship, given that Taylor is about 20-30 points ahead on drop scores. So it is going to come down to the final rounds at Capwell Park in a couple of weeks. But in which order they're going to finish the season provisionally is anyone's guess at the moment. We've still got the last few cars to come through. We've got Rob Mounsey and Marcus Eels to come past the flag, which they'll do now. Also Ian Hapgood will come through in 16th place, followed by Simon Arnold and Chris Griffith. And the two cars that we didn't have come to the flag were Adrian Mariadis and Mike Hilton, who had an incident on the opening lap, on the exit of Oggies where their cars were parked. So excellent stuff to wake us up on this rather murky Sunday morning.
Yeah, great performance by O'Flanagan there. Hugo Bush, I think, is going to be quite disappointed with fourth place there. He dropped back through the field early doors, didn't he? And he did make it, and it looked like he was going to come through that second place. But on those last couple of laps, he was just shown a clean pair of heels by Cockrell. And West obviously spinning away there. That's going to be disappointing for him. But he had such an advantage that actually he's still come across the line in fifth.
So we're looking to try and redeem himself as much as he can to get to the point where he can keep himself in championship contention. Here comes the last couple of drivers coming across the line, and that would have been
that's Griffith over the line.
Chris Griffith to finish off in 18th position. So we'll be able to give you the provisional result from our first race of today and the second of the weekend for the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship. Also kicks off today's excellent timetable of racing. We've got more caterers to come, as well as a whole lot more supporting. So Taylor O'Flanagan picks up the victory by 10 seconds from Tom Cockrell, who steals the fastest lap of the race on the final lap by some margin to possibly claim a crucial extra point in the championship. Mansberger third, Bush fourth, and Adam West rounds out the top five, followed by Steve Lancaster, Ryan Lovett, Gwyn Jones, James Hall and Kevin Turner. Chris Broome was 11th with Sam Gibbons in 12th, and Peter Mott and Ron Mounty come 13th and 14th, ahead of Marcus Eels, Ian Hapgood, Simon Arnold and Chris Griffith. And the only 2 cars we didn't see to the flag was retiring early on the first lap was Adrian Mariadis and Mike Hilton. Right, that's Caterham action pausing for a moment, but for those on the BRSCC stream, move on to our next race for this morning. It's over to Chris Buxton in the assembly area for the second race of the day for the modified Fords.
Everybody, how you doing?
Good.
How's your day?
Good.
Scoring goals? Oh. Everybody, how you doing?
Good.
How's your day?
Good.
Scoring goals? Oh. everybody, how you doing?
Good.
How's your day?
Good.
Scored any goals? Oh.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Snetterton. We've had a little bit of drizzle here, so the track conditions may well have dampened a little bit, but the spirits of the drivers remain very, very high. A familiar face on pole position, winning with the fastest 17-point lead in the championship. Freddie, into this race, you can maintain that points lead?
Yeah, I know what needs to be done for the championship. Happy in the slippery conditions, so hopefully we'll have a good race and see how it finishes.
Excellent stuff. With the inclement weather, have you had to change much with the setup that you had from yesterday?
No, it's very similar. We can just change our tyres to a newer set if it's a slipperier, so I've done that, so I'm ready for a bit more rain if anything.
But I'm sure there'll be some people rain dancing for you. Best of luck, Freddie, as maintained, he's looking to maintain or even extend that points gap, but right hot on his heels is Mark Jones and Jeff Newman. Now Jeff, starting from second position, is only 4 points behind Mark Jones and only 21 points behind Freddie. So then Jeff, good result yesterday. You looking to try and overthrow this one?
Yeah, I sincerely hope so. It's fantastic that we've got a wet track because it's like having a different track altogether. And so the odds are certainly all over the place at the moment. Let's see what happens.
Do you approach the track differently with the track conditions being a little bit different from yesterday?
Yeah, it's like going on to any track for the first time. There's always a bit of finding where the grip is, and then particularly in the wet, making sure I don't overstretch it in the braking area. Last thing any of us want to do is go off, because we'd just throw away so many points.
Mr. Jones there within points grabbing distance as well. Are you confident you can keep him behind?
To be honest with you, I haven't been following the championship table, so that's news to me. But we'll see what happens. We haven't really had much wet experience, so I don't know what our competitors are like in the wet, really.
Well, no better way to find out. Best of luck, Jeff.
Thanks very much.
And we'll now head to second place in the championship holder at the current moment, Mark Jones, on 174 points. That's assuming my maths is, of course, correct. Mark, so then, with the weather conditions changing, not everybody's happy about the slipperier conditions. How do you feel about them?
I'm quite happy about the rain. I'm happy when it's damp and a bit skittish. So, yeah, I'm quite happy it's raining.
Excellent stuff. Talk us through, from your perspective, how you feel your championship has gone.
Personally, great. Like podiumed every race. So hopefully today I'll be better than third for once. So.
Well, pretty much your spot on average, isn't it?
It's been good. So yeah, going to hope for a better result today than third for once. Hopefully try and get one first place. So
I'm sure it will. Best of luck, Mark. So we've got time for a couple more before the Caterham Academy Green Group are let loose. We'll have a chat with James Cook, or Cookie as the car is emblazoned. James, how are you feeling?
Not too bad. I was a bit disappointed after the race yesterday, starting P3, hoping for my first podium of the year, so fingers crossed today, eyes are only forwards to finish off the championship strong. Good stuff, good stuff. Again, sort of looking at the results, generally fairly consistent. Few points behind these guys, but are you confident you can overhaul them here today in Snetterton? Yeah, I've had the pace all weekend really, so I just need to put it into the result and fingers crossed. Best of luck, James. And we'll have time to have a chat with Mark Kendall. In 5th in the championship at the moment, with the wonderfully pink accented number 35. Mark, how are you feeling ahead of today's race with a little bit of rain now down?
No problem at all. I don't think that's going to affect us at all. No, I think it's dry enough. Yeah.
Has there much changed on the car since yesterday?
Nothing at all. So hopefully I can put the same performance in I did yesterday. Yeah.
May your right foot be heavy, sir. Best of luck out there. The car's now being released, the Caterham Academy Green Group, heading to trackside. The weather may be a little bit cooler, but the racing will be just as hot. Back to you, Scott.
Yes, welcome back to those watching on the Caterham live stream to what is going to be quite an exciting moment, because we're now about to provisionally crown one of our 2 Caterham Academy champions today, which of course starting with the Green Group. So they're, of course, as Chris has been alluding to, heading out onto the grid for their final championship race of the season. And flag laps, they'll form up onto the grid. And Chris Hutchinson, who's still with me here in the commentary box, we're both looking forward to the real prospect of now quite an exciting title fight with the 2 championship contenders on the front row of the grid together, and quite a few connotations to what could or may not happen in terms of this championship battle. But essentially, it's one of those cases where, quite literally, in many cases, winner takes all.
Yep, there are many a connotation here, but actually, if there are situations where they can absolutely tie the championship without being able to be split. So I'm sure this is going to be a headache for the championship coordinators over there, as well as a headache for us to try and keep up with what's going on. But yeah, just basically, if we see Freddie Chiddicks win this race, then we will become the champion. Jeff Newman, I think, can win, but if Freddie is in second, then Jeff still needs things like the fastest lap. So keep an eye on the fastest lap. We get an extra point for that in Caterham racing, so that could be all crucial in this final round. Such is the performance of these leading drivers in the championship that start rescoring extra points as we run this drop score system, and for the first time Academy have got 2 drop scores this season, and therefore with Freddie and Jeff Newman, they're kind of worse scores, or the scores to start improving the podiums, so they must be in the top spots before they even start improving championship points.
Just looking through the connotations that I was worked out from Simon Lambert, who's the Chief Motorsport Officer for Caterham Motorsport yesterday. He sent me them via text last night, and so they've been working the crunching numbers and working out on the spreadsheets. They're working out for the Green Group the following connotations. So at this point in time, Freddie is 2 points ahead. And I'm quoting directly from the connotations he's sent me here. Freddie's 2 points ahead after drops, and is currently dropping a 3rd place, putting him in a very strong position. The connotation in terms of what needs to happen are as follows: if Jeff wins, so Jeff Newman wins, and he has also the fastest lap of the race, he is the champion. If Jeff wins, but Freddie is second and also gets the fastest lap to put together, the potential connotations for what could happen in this scenario. So if Jeff wins and Freddie is second, but Freddie doesn't get the fastest lap of the race, then they would potentially, and provisionally, and I stress the word provisionally declare it a championship tie with 4 wins and 4 second places each. And because they only look through the count back on the results that they're not dropping, they're potentially saying it could be a joint championship, which I've never come across before in many cases, particularly in club racing. So again, that's all to be provisionally confirmed and decided, but let's work through the grid at least for the final race for the green group for the Caterham Academy for this year. So title contenders, Freddie Chiddix and Jeff Newman on the front row together. Freddie Chiddix on pole, Newman alongside in second. Mark Jones and James Cook start on the second row of the grid, followed by Mark Kendall and Robert Domain in 5th and 6th. Row 4 sees Paul Woodburn, who put up quite a valiant defensive effort but couldn't do any more than 7th place. Starts on row 4 alongside Ian Harris in 8th on the grid. Then it's Chris Fraser starting in 9th, followed by Joe Priday, who rounds out the top 10. Then Philip Clark starts 11th alongside Oliver Hardick on the 6th row of the grid, followed by row 7, which sees the pairing of Rob Bain in 13th place, and then Richard Percy will then start in 14th position at this point. 15th place then goes to John Hood on the grid alongside Ian Summers, so those two are looking to try and make some progress from the 8th row of the grid. Then row 9 sees Ian Bettis and Isla Lowe go next. And then the last couple of the cars on the grid will then form up the last couple of spots before we get racing underway for this last time as a champion in championship terms for the Caterham Academy Green Group. John Vincent and Mark Williams then come next on the 10th row. Theo Theato and Paul Castle then make up the 11th row of the grid. And
what are conditions going to be like out there, Scott? They look fairly dry from here. We've got sun near the commentary box, but we saw earlier that there was rain down the far end of the track that we weren't even aware of up this end. So I wonder what those conditions are going to be like for these drivers here. It certainly looks fine on the screens as we talk now.
So the car's weaving from side to side, trying to get a little bit of temperature into the circuit. It looks as though it's mostly dried out, but there are still 1 or 2 very lightly damp areas or slightly damp and greasy areas, so it's gotten much better than it was for the Roadsport guys earlier on, but it's still not completely dry. It's still, I'd say, about 90-95% dry. It's still a fraction of moisture on the circuit that might make it a tiny bit tricky in 1 or 2 corners.
With the issue being that if you're trying for an overtake, you're going to be on, you can see around here, we've still got really greasy conditions, and the grease will be in those places you want to try and use to get an overtake. So here it might well be follow single file is the best option, but the race situations don't always allow for that.
This is the nightmare, isn't it? Essentially, we talked about it earlier on. Drivers always want it fully wet or fully dry. This is neither. It's more dry than wet, but there are still greasier and damp patches out there, which means that, and they're also on different parts of the circuit. So you could turn to one corner and it feels completely dry and you've got all the grip in the world. Turn to the next corner and it could be damp and you might get less grip level. So it really is going to change lap by lap, particularly if it carries on getting clearer and drier here at Snetterton as the weather starts to improve throughout the late morning before we get into our last couple of races before lunch this afternoon. So we've still got this and 3 more races to go before we head to the lunch break, so plenty more racing action. So if you're watching either on Facebook or YouTube, either on the Caterham stream or on the BRSCC stream, do stay tuned, because of course there's lots more to come throughout the course of the day. Lots more Caterham action. Of course, that what should be quite a nail-biter National Formula 4 finale if you just watched the race. If you didn't watch that race earlier on and just join us from the Caterhams, if you do want to take an interest in that, then you might want to check the previous race we just had to see what some of the connotations there. But we focus once again back on Caterham racing with the 2 main contenders in the green group for the Caterham Academy this year. Freddie Chiddix on the left in black and red on pole position. In blue and yellow on the right-hand side, his main contender, Jeff Newman. Essentially, it's a case of whoever finishes in front of which, and also with the potential of the fastest lap being a crucial point as well, will decide which way the fate of the title goes. It's always a nail-biter. It's been a very long season, but finally, we provisionally look to crown off a Caterham champion. The red lights go on for the final time. The LoveCars Caterham Academy Green Group is a pretty equal start from the front row, but the better jump for the second phase of the start goes to Jeff Newman as he gets his nose in front and wins the charge. I think it was contact towards the back. Mark Kell's hit the back of, I think, either Paul Woodman or, I didn't want to possibly say Freddie Chiddix, I thought, but either way, they turn into the right-hander at Ritchie's for the first time, and Newman got the whole shot with a better start from the outside of the front row of the grid, but already down towards the Wilson hairpin. Everyone's getting a bit closer, a bit feisty already, making a big dive down the outside. Look to be the 15. That's James Cook, I think, who's trying to get around the outside if he can try and get through. Up through Wilson. Everyone's trying to keep out of everyone's way so far as they come up towards Palmer for the first time. So a little bit of a frenetic start, but there was a bit of contact to 1 or 2 drivers. I think one of them quite riskily involved Freddie Chiddix, who I think just about got away with a bit of a clout in the rear from Mark Kendall.
Yeah, I don't think either of the front drivers actually got away very well. Newman definitely bogged down, and Chiddix did as well, but they have both managed to make their way out through the first couple of corners in that lead, and Chiddix, like you say, maybe received received a bit of a clout, but is up and running. So we have got the situation where Newman is now ahead of Chiddix, and he was looking there to try and shake the toe, but I think that's a bit optimistic in these early phases. It's still absolutely nose to tail.
Out through Hamilton and on towards the mix, and now as they go down the outside, Freddie Chiddix looks for the James Cook got in second place. For Chris was frantically pointing to the screen, let's try what was going on. So James Cook has now lost that second place back against Freddie Chiddix, and now Newman continues to lead. It changed so quickly in the space of a couple of corners, but James Cook was very close there. I think that was Mark Jones in there in car number 2. He was battling there. He had right on his rear corner Mark Kendall, but the pair of them were attacking James Cook, who had just lost second place back into Freddie Chiddix. So as it all goes off the Bentley straight, we can now see them stretch out a bit more. And there goes Chiddix going down the outside with 2 championship contenders side by side into the complex, and early doors round the outside into Brundle. By the time they hit the brakes for Nelson, can he get it stopped just as he can? Just over the curb a little bit, but Freddie Chiddix, ever daredevil, was skipping over the chicane there. I think that was Fraser, I think it was. I want to say Chris Fraser, I think it might have been. But Freddie Chiddix back into the lead now, because that's where he needs to be, because of course the connotation is that if Freddie...
if Chiddix wins this race, he will be the champion. Newman, doesn't matter if he finishes in second and even gets the fastest lap. He is trailing a couple of points coming into this round, and therefore he does need to... If Chiddix wins the race, it's easy. That's done and dusted. But Newman now in second place with, looks like, is that Jones actually in third?
By the looks of it, yeah. And so essentially what it means is that the simple connotation is, as you say, if Freddie wins, he's champion. It's all what happens if Jeff wins, and whether or not Freddie does or doesn't get the fastest lap of the race, where it can change. So that's going to be the case. And also, if he doesn't get the fastest lap of the race, who does? Whether it's Jeff or somebody else. So we'll try and work that out as it carries on. But at the moment, again, it's only the end of the first lap. But if things stay as they are for the next 17 minutes, and it's Caterham racing, so they won't. So right now, Freddie Chiddix is in provisionally championship winning position, but he's got to hold on to this now for the next 17 minutes. So easy task, I'm sure, isn't it?
Yeah, no easy task at all. And we've already seen that there have been some really damp patches of the track, and those are going to come into play. As we see here, then Mark Jones and James Cook there going absolutely into Agostini. But Chiddix sort of solidifying here. Jeff Newman really needs to make sure he is maximising. Yesterday, he bogged down off the start, if you remember, and that's what cost him. He had to fight all the way back. But by the time he got to the front, Chiddix had disappeared off. And at the moment, we're seeing that Chiddix maybe has that little bit of extra pace and commitment in these really damp conditions going under the Senna and Brundle S's.
Yeah, you can see that he was trying to pull a small gap away and trying to just get himself a little bit too far out of the reach of the toes to try and make sure that he could try and pull away and get some clear laps in. We turn in. It's looking a bit brighter now as the sun's starting to probably peek through and the clouds are parting. So I imagine, given that it is dry now, we'll start to get the circuit drying a bit more now. There's a bit of wind in the air too, so that will start to help make the circuit drier and drier and a bit faster, give a bit more grip as the race goes on. Just seeing Paul Woodman there being overtaken by Mark Kendall down the back straight. That was for 5th position. So Woodman down to 6th. But the leading quartet is Chiddix, Newman, and then it's James Cook, and then it's just behind them is Mark Jones, and then we've got Mark Kendall just ahead now of Paul Woodman. Ian Harris is into 7th place, Robert Domain 8th, Phil Clark in 9th, and Chris Fraser, who did take that very quick excursion over the grass on the first lap. He's just back in 10th position, trying to work his way through. Theo Theata's had a decent run. He's started towards the rear, but he's now currently in about 16th position now, making 15th as he darts his way through past Richard Percy into the bomb hole.
I believe it was Theo who had the accident right at the end of last race. If I'm correct, I might be misspeaking, but his car was all back together. That's why he was down the sort of tail end of the field. But Freddie Chiddix there setting the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 23 in these conditions, and Newman there a little bit behind, not too far off, but not gaining on him at the moment. Crucially, there's a half-second gap there, which is enough. Woodman is having a great battle here with Kendall. He did actually make it past 2 cars on that previous lap, but lost out to Kendall a bit later in that lap. But he's now looks like he's made that position stick again, so he will be looking to hold on and make that move up. He drifted back a little bit yesterday, but looking to make that progress today.
So steady progress for Forward. We're trying to go the opposite direction this time. He wants to go from what was essentially a lead at one point down to 7th. He wants to go from 7th up to a lead, but given the pace that the championship contenders are setting already, with the top 3 trying to pull away from Mark Jones at this point, that's going to be a lot more easy said than done.
And look how Cook is closing in as well, Scott.
Yeah, he's definitely closing back ahead. He'll also spot, whilst you mentioned that, I think Paul has managed to get back into 5th position. I did see his white and red car flash through the shot in the background first, so he's got past Mark Kendall, back into P5, which is good to see. So he's up into a top 5 position. As we can see here, now it's starting to get a bit drier. Maybe this is coming a bit more advantage to him because now he feels a bit more confident. He's managed to reel Freddie back, and he's not letting him get away. He's keeping him just on a leash, so to speak, just keeping him just in touching distance to try and keep it, to try and make sure that he's in there to try and make an attack as and when he gets there in the final couple of laps when he gets there. So
there's something sensible, isn't there, about taking a little bit of caution in those first opening laps when you really don't know what's going to be under your tyres as you're heading into all these corners, and that gap between those top three is now really coming down. And obviously Cook there in third place can act as interference. So he's been involved with these battles all the way through the year, and so he could now throw caution to the wind, shove it down the inside, knowing that it really doesn't matter for him. But these two, Jeff Newman definitely doesn't want that to happen. Jeff needs to finish in the lead of this race to win the championship. Anything else, he doesn't gain any more points, and Chiddix will win it.
Absolutely, and I think James Cook is in there in third place purely there essentially for his own gains in a nice possible way. He doesn't care about the championship. He's there simply if he wants to go for the win or second place. Arguably, he's more than entitled to go for it because nothing's stopping him from battling with them, because even though they're in a championship fight, he's not. It doesn't matter to him to a certain extent. He can race how he wants and get the results that he wants to get. So he's simply just able to go out there and race on his own. He could be literally the hypothetical cat amongst the Caterham pigeons.
Looks like his best result so far this year has been fourth, so he's already in his best result of the year, and he can see the win just in front of him, and why not? Let's go for that.
Fastest lap of the race once again to Freddie Chiddix, but the lap time gap was only a few hundredths of a second, so it is pretty much evenly matched between the two. And there goes car 28. That was John Vincent going for a spin at the bomb hole, and that's a key example. It's still damp down there at the bomb hole. The go for a spin also is either low in car 4. That's the crucial bit. It might be dry at this point of the circuit, sort of like Spa-Francorchamps, dry at one part of the circuit, but damp and slippery at the other part of the bomb hole. That could be crucial, particularly if these two come across it and they're battling for the win side by side.
And wherever he joins that circuit, he's going to be bringing some of that wet and damp and mud onto the racing line, and that can often be quite a shock when you're driving around and suddenly you find some wet line where there isn't any or hasn't been on the previous lap. You've got to keep all this in mind when you're driving around.
So every single lap, the time they go through there, will be pretty much a venture into the unknown, and whether or not that might play any connotations, whether or not we're sort of loosely predicting the future in terms of what might happen, but there's still 11 3/4 minutes to go in this championship final round of the LoveCars Caterham Academy Green Group. It is between these two on screen, the top two in the race and in the championship. Freddie Chiddix, if he stays where he is, as he is right now, in the lead with the fastest lap, he is the provisional champion. If either Jeff wins, if Jeff wins and Freddie still has fastest lap, he's still champion. Jeff needs to win and get the fastest lap of the race, stand any chance of being able to take the title from Freddie.
Whilst we've got Chiddix with the fastest lap so far, he's had that for the last 2 laps, but Jeff has absolutely caught up with him on this lap. So you've got to imagine that Jeff will get that fastest lap this time round, and that again, it just twists that. So Freddie is clinging on to that fastest lap, but the gap has reduced. It was just over half a second as we crossed the line last time out, and it is definitely not half a second now.
No, it looks a lot closer than that visibly, so he'll have to try and close that back down as much as he can. And they're coming up to the point of the circuit where it's caught a couple of drivers out. Whilst we've been looking at, there has been a bit of a switch around between that scrap that was going on for 5th, 6th and 7th. So now Kendall is ahead of Woodman, and also Woodman's dropped behind Ian Harris. So it's now Kendall 5th, Harris 6th and Woodman 7th. So that will update itself when they go through the timing beam on the start and finish straight again. Across the line will go the 2 leaders. The gap has come out a fraction, about another 10th or so, but we'll look at the lap times and see if they're very comparable, or if Newman sets a new fastest lap of the race, which he does. So good spot on that one. But
James
again,
Cook takes it.
But he gets immediately then stolen by James Cook, who again is more entitled to do that. Essentially, he has no place part at all in this championship battle. He's out there for his own gains and for himself, and so he should be, because he's in his own fight. Speaking of fights, here we go. The 2 championship contenders were wheel to wheel and side by side. They were moving around towards Wilson, but Jeff Newman, who we have seen has gotten a bit impatient at times, shall we say, throughout the season, just needs to keep a cool head and not make any moves that might possibly take away his championship chances just like that. He needs to be very careful not to make any moves that could compromise the integrity of his championship chances.
10 minutes left, so there's plenty of time left to he's caught back up there. The gap's definitely that great, but he certainly now wants to start interfering with Freddie and really get in his mirrors, which you can see he's doing. He wants to make it an uncomfortable position. You definitely don't want to make it nice and smooth at this point of the race, especially with Cook there, who could act, as I say, as adding that barrier, the extra point difference, which is going to be all crucial in this situation. But at the moment, Freddie doing everything he needs to do, which is calmly defending his line. He is using every bit of the track. I've noticed he's using the curbs, even in these damp conditions. They can be really difficult to use, but he is absolutely using every bit of that track. And we see all these battles sort of further back down the field, whilst the championship is obviously in a balance here. There's battles, as we always say in the Academy, all the way down the field, and it's great to see.
Yeah, that was a scrap we were looking at towards the bottom of the top 10. That was Philip Clark, Chris Fraser in there, Paul Castle, and not too far away from them also was the 73 car, which was Mark Williams. Mark Williams, in fact, had a decent run up the order in the first half of this race. He started in 20th place, he's been up 8 places into 12th, so good drive from Mark so far, so getting up as high as that as the quartet makes its way through. There is Mark, good drive from him. 8 places already.
He's a firm sort of middle championship driver. He just had some, I don't think he finished the race yesterday, so that's why he started at the back, and he is now using his extra speed and experience there to move back into that midfield.
Oh, actually, speaking of moving, move for the lead. Into the lead goes for Jeff Newman. Now, if he can make that happen and pull away and set the fastest lap of the race, he will then put himself into championship winning contention. At the moment, the fastest lap of the race. Now, this is interesting because it now puts that situation, if I'm correct, we are in a situation where Jeff, if it stays as it was, Jeff would win Freddie's second, but they don't have the fastest lap of the race. This currently at the moment puts them in a tie.
It does. This is absolutely tight, and James Cook again takes that fastest lap.
But just fractions before that, Jeff Newman did take it. It was a 2:19.9, then James Cook popped in a 2:19.6. So this literally is changing every single lap and every corner.
If Cook gets by Chiddix as well, that's the equivalent position, and therefore Newman will win it. So Chiddix definitely still is not comfortable. He's got that little bit of a pointer's advantage coming in here. But as the situation sits now with Newman out front, these scores and the championship are absolutely level between the two. It is not possible to split them.
Yeah. So that essentially it could potentially be facing the prospect of literally crowning joint champions. That's not official, but we need to obviously work that out with the definite post scores and confirm that after the race. We always say it's provisional because, of course, literally anything can happen at any point. Do you think it goes for a dive down the outside? But Newman holds firm on the inside line, and ultimately Jeff needs to try and... what he needs to do is he needs to try and pull away from these two, but the fact that he's giving a toe to both of them isn't helping his cause and trying to get the fastest lap of the race. And essentially, and the ironic thing is, James Cook isn't in the championship hunt, but he kind of is in some cases because he could be a catalyst in what happens. It's up the inside and inside of Oggies. Goes Freddie Chiddix to try and change the context of the championship connotations. Up the inside he goes. Newman doesn't want to give it up and has to take 2 bites at the apex and has to slot into second place. Now he's under big pressure from James Cook. This now puts it back into Freddie Chiddix's favour because he's in front. He will win. James Cook is in that slipstream, gets the double toe from both Newman and then from Chiddix. Newman moves across, has to be careful. All 3 abreast on the run towards the complex. This might not work out for the championship. Newman sweeps across as James Cook gets back in the line. Run down the inside for Brundle, and can he get stopped for Nelson into the left right-hander? Yes, he can. So Newman gets back in front. But again, we're back in that scenario once more, where it's dead level again for the championship.
All change, all different as they both get onto the damp square and really losing the rear end there. Jeff actually had to come out the throttle, which has given Chiddix a little look up the inside of Coram there, but he got not able to make it stick. But yeah, they're absolutely making this very dramatic for us. It's brilliant stuff to watch, and I hope everyone's enjoyed this on the streams as well. But yeah, he's got a tiny bit of a gap here now, but it's impossible to defend unless Chiddix does make a mistake or Cook does start overtaking. I think that little gap there he's got to be a bit cautious of.
So still dead level for the championship, just about 5 minutes to go, and it is now all to play for between them. Lap time wise, almost again virtually identical, 2:20.8 for both Newman and Chiddix, but Newman was a fraction faster. Into the right-hander, through Richards again, and Freddie Chiddix carries lots of speed. See bits of rubber just pinging off the tyres of these, they've on the Academy tyres of these cars, and again for Chiddix looks to the outside line. Newman holds firm on the inside line to defend. Now they get the power down on the exit of the Wilson hairpin. Now the short straight towards Palmer. Who can change gear the fastest? Who can get back on the power the quickest? Jeff Newman again just holding the car in the middle of the road. They turn through a left-hander at Palmer's. 5 minutes to go to the side who wins the Academy Championship. If anyone wins it, because we could have a tie, could go one way or the other. 5 minutes to decide what the fate of this championship is going to be, and there's still another Academy title to try and sort out in a couple of races' time.
Chiddix really late on the brakes there into Agostini. Last 5 minutes of their championship year. Brilliant stuff so far. We've got a bit of debris on the track there, which they all managed to avoid. I can't state how important Cook could be in this championship decider. Newman still managing to hold on, but we've got the whole of the Bentley straight after we've got around Oggies and Wilson to still hold on in there. It's going to be all down to the wire, this.
So, still dead level for the championship. Just about 5 minutes to go. And it is now all to play for between them. Lap time wise, almost again virtually identical, 2:20.8 for both Newman and Chiddix, but Newman was a fraction faster. Into the right-hander, through Richards again, and Freddie Chiddix carries lots of speed. See bits of rubber just pinging off the tyres of these, they've on the Academy tyres of these cars, and again for Chiddix looks to the outside line. Newman holds firm on the inside line to defend. Now the short straight towards Palmer. Who can change gear the fastest? Who can get back on the power the quickest? Jeff Newman again just holding the car in the middle of the road. They turn through a left-hander at Palmer's. 5 minutes to go to the side who wins the Academy Championship. If anyone wins it, because we could have a tie, could go one way or They turn in through Oggies once more. 4.5 minutes on the clock. I think they're going to get probably 2 more. That's just goosebumps on Chrissy's arm. That's how tense it is here as they come up to the right-hander. Slightly different lines from the two leaders as they come onto the onto the straight. But the unfortunate thing for Jeff is he's giving Freddie the toe. He darts out to the outside line, and we just cut away to have a look at a battle here going on between the 80 and the 3. That's harder. Can Bayless battling over 14th, 15th place, but arguably, all due respect to the back markers, we need to see what's going on with the leaders. Thank you, Director. So it's now going to be Chiddix and Newman first and second, and James Cook is all over the back of Newman to go for second place. Looks up the inside to can't get the traction off the corner, and Newman stays in second. So Chiddix back in front, back in a championship position, and now if Jeff Newman can't get back into his tail, it could be a chance for everybody to pull away and possibly give him advantage for the title.
We've got a bit of tactics to think about now, though. Those toe is so powerful, as we've seen all weekend, and we'll continue to see in this racing. Newman immediately back on the back through Coram. They're really pushing the car. You can see the car's absolutely on the edge of grip, but he's in the perfect toe scenario again. So I think we will see the lead change again. And yeah, we've got to get the tactics now. We've got 3.5 minutes left. Where do you want to be? Do you have enough speed coming out that final corner to get over the line? He didn't do it that time. Freddie Chiddix also takes the fastest lap, crucial at this stage with 3 minutes to go now.
Yeah, so again, the fact that he wins and always takes the fastest lap of the race essentially does provisionally guarantee the title for Freddie Chiddix in this point in time. But Newman, again, if he wants to get it, he needs to do exactly the same that Freddie's doing now. Get the fastest lap back and get the lead back if he can. He goes down the outside into the hairpin at Wilson, and James Cook sticks his nose up the inside to try and take second place as well, but Newman is back in there too. So less than 3 minutes to go. Still no guarantee who's going to win this, because even though Freddie has the lead in the fastest lap, it could all change at the drop of a hat. This could be so close as they come up through Palmer's for the I think possibly the penultimate, the penultimate time. One more lap after this, one more lap to settle the title. Down to the outside, looking to the right hand side goes Newman. Chiddix puts the car right down the middle of the road to try and hold on to the position, but Newman will have the better line out of the corner, arguably, given the fact that he's taken the racing line. They're dropping Cook a little bit, but not enough to keep him to completely take him out of being a factor in this title race as they come up through the left-hander at Hamilton.
And just to reiterate, with Chiddix having that fastest lap, it doesn't matter at the moment if Newman overtakes him, he would still win the championship based on that fastest lap. Provisionally, we have to say that because there are always things like stewards and other bits and bobs that we have to take into account. But yeah, Chiddix at the moment, with that fastest lap, crucial. Can Newman get that back? Well,
if he's in the toe of Freddie, he has been for the whole lap, it might well give him a good chance here, and you're going to get a chance down the back straight, which Freddie has no choice to give him the toe. Down the outside looks Jeff as he goes in towards Brendan Nelson. The two titles attendants again, side by. He's quite good at that move around the outside at Brendan Nelson, gets it stuck. Can he get the car anchored up, which he does over the curb? And so the pace-wise, he looks pretty decent. And again, his car, I've always noticed how it looks like either it's just how it's set up or how he drives it. His car's very good off the corners, on the slower corners, it seems. Got a big twitch of oversteer though through the apex of the bomb hole where there was that damp patch again. And looking back up the inside through the inside of Coram, there was Chiddix, but couldn't quite make the move stick. They're going to come on to the last lap of the season. It all comes down to this. If Newman can get the fast lap of the race on this lap or the last one and win the race, he's champion. If he can't get the fastest lap but still wins and Freddie gets it, he's champion. If neither of them get the fast lap of the race and it stays like this, it's a tie. There's possible 3 or 4 different choices to work this. No new fast laps this time, but it was a personal best for Newman, so he's getting closer to it, and that fast lap was pretty strong. Up the inside gets Chiddix to get the lead back again. That 218.9 is pretty strong, so this is going to have to be for Jeff. He needs to make it, not only take the win, but the mother of all last laps to try and get this done. It's advantage Chiddix, but it's not over by any stretch of the imagination on this last tour of the 300 circuit.
Yeah, one more lap to decide this. Newman has to get the win, but he also has to engineer the fastest lap at the same time. All this racing all throughout this season, it all comes down to this. That one fastest lap could have been the absolute pivotal moment. We've got back marker also coming into play. Will they be caught? Is that Isla maybe being caught by the end of this race? And again, that could come to play, because if Cook, who is still very much in this battle, if he puts his car in between, then it throws everything up in the air again.
Newman tried to make a tighter line and tried to dive into the hairpin, but couldn't make it stick, and now he's going to put himself alongside, weaving one way, then the other. Chiddix driving straight down the middle of the road to say, not on your life, sunshine, it's not going to happen. Down through Hamilton's, up towards Oggies, about half a lap to go. They're putting a lap on Isla Low in the 4. She was the one that had to spin, along with John Vincent up at the bomb hole. Just a few corners of the championship to go. Up through the right-hander at Williams, onto the Bentley straight. One last chance to try and get past. the fastest lap might be gone, but all he can do now is just try and go for the win and just hope that it might work out in his favour. Down the Bentley straight, in the slipstream. Which way does he go? Inside or outside? He goes outside. Doubts at the last minute. James Cook watches on, has a grandstand seat for this too. The two championship contenders side by side, down towards Brendan and Nelson, round the outside will look Jeff Newman, but I think also Freddie will probably know if he's got the fastest lap of the race. We might even know that at this point in time. He won't. So essentially, all he can do is drive as hard as he can. Whether he might think that's a possible move, but he's lost it or not, or if they're on tide, we'll have to wait and see. Into the bomb hole for the final time. Newman keeps on pushing as hard as he dares. He's got a small gap now to Chiddix. Into corner for the final time. All we can do now is look and see. Basically, we're waiting till the top three cross the line. Then we'll essentially we can declare who the champion potentially is. Into the complex, into Murray for the final time. Newman fires it out. Chedding follows him through. The camera's focused on Newman. They come up to the line. There's no question who we're going to tell till they all cross the line. Cups the checkered flag. Jeff Newman will win the final race of the season. It's going to be Newman that wins, Chiddick second, and it's going to be James Wicking third. Newman got it on the line! Jeff Newman got the fastest lap on the line, he wins, and we think by that connotation, that mega final lap potentially might have just provisionally given him the 2021 LoveCars Caterham Academy Green Group title. What a storming final lap. 2 minutes 18.639 for 1.9. He beat Chiddix's fastest lap by 0.2 of a second. Storming final lap.
Unbelievable at the
Incredible.
End there. I was just about to say to you, Scott, he absolutely nailed those last three corners, and I was wondering, was that possible? Absolutely brilliant. If provisional results at the moment, but if that really has come down to that last lap of the last race of the last, it's just absolutely brilliant. I made up for Jeff as well. I know he started this year and he hadn't had any experience, and he's really worked at it. So what a storming race there. But Chiddix as well, brilliant stuff all year from him. And breath.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. And it all came down to one single lap.
0.2 of a second.
One single lap. And I thought at one point it was the thing I thought he might not have got it was just coming out of Wilson. He was darting around a bit behind Chiddix at that point, but it looks as though it was just the toe. Maybe it was just the toe that he got down the straights, but he was staying there and he was weaving around, Freddie. It wasn't as if he stuck there right in his slipstream. He was weaving side to side. Whether that was the evident point that he was pushing as hard as he dared, but even so,
he nailed that final sector. That's been the damp sector all the time, and they finally made it onto the dry bit of the track, and it absolutely was enough to take that 0.2.
And we said his car was so strong off the corners, it was so good out of it. The way his car just, as you say, went through the bomb hole, and he got that few couple of tenths gap, and I think that's what got it. Just through the bomb hole, through corner, through Morris, the way he just got the car off the corner of that last sequence every single time, just absolutely nailed it. What a stunning finish. And that's one Academy group done. We've still got one more to go. Unbelievable stuff. So we think, based on the chartations that we've got, on the calculations that the potential ways it could be settled, by the process of Jeff winning and miraculously stealing the win on the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, by that, we go by the fact that on that basis, provisionally, and we can't stress that enough, provisionally, Jeff, we think, is the champion by a single point.
Unbelievable.
Fantastic stuff. And there's still one more of these to go. We've still got white group to settle. Right, here's the result then. Jeff Newman gets the win and stunningly gets the fastest lap of the race to essentially, we think, provisionally crown him Green Group champion for 2021. Freddie Chiddix is in second place. James Cook is third. He played a great part in that. That's his best result of the season with third place. Mark Jones fourth, Paul Woodman fifth. It's Kendall, Domain, Harris, Fraser and Williams rounds out the top 10. Then Philip Clark, Paul Castle, Joe Priday, Oliver Hardick, Rob Bain, John Hood, Richard Percy, Ian Summers and Ian Bettis and John Vincent round out the top 10. And then top 20, forgive me. And then we have Isla Lowe, the only finisher, and Theo Theato, who looks like he dropped out towards the end. And unfortunately, he did not make the finish. Take a breath. There's more Caterham racing action coming up. We've got the Motul Caterham 7270R Championship coming up next. But provisionally, we think, congratulations to Jeff Newman, who provisionally appears to be the 2021 LoveCars Caterham Academy Green Group Champion. Wow. So, the next race coming up, back over to Chris whilst we catch our breath. He's in the assembly area with the 270R drivers ahead of their second race of the weekend. Stunning stuff.
We move on now to the Motul Caterham 270R Championship, which is being led by our pole sitter, Blair McConaughey, who won from pole yesterday. Blair, You're in a close championship battle with Carl Jones, just 7 points separating you. Does it give you a bit more confidence as he's starting from 4th, so he's not right on your tail?
Absolutely not, because you can fight your way through so easily here. The toe in the back straight strong. 4th means nothing. He'll get through. We'll be battling as a bunch, I'm sure, for most of the race, so there'll be plenty of position changes. I would need him, even if he was mid-pack, even last, I think he would get his way through. So,
well, you're being released, so I shan't delay you. Best of luck, Blair. With one hand already on the championship, his arch rival starts from 4th, but with the weather now clearing up, that should really help Blair get underway. He's going to have to fight very hard for it. I'll throw it back to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
Thank you, Chris. We're still trying to catch our breath after that thrilling conclusion to the LoveCars Caterham Academy Green Group title we just saw provisionally. Jeff Newman crowned as the 2021 champion by virtue of winning and getting the fastest lap of the race, which he needed to do, but stealing it on the last lap of the race, which is pretty sensational. So we now move on to the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship. This is the middle ground, the third middle step, the third point in the Caterham Motorsport ladder. This is what signals the coming of age championship for many people, where these cars are since you start off as the original Academy cars, they get all the upgrades from Roadsport, where they have the A1ZZS tyres and the rear anti-roll bars. The biggest changes, though, is they have stiffer springs and dampers, a wider front track suspension, and compared to the Roadsport and Academy cars, for racing, they have their windscreens and their headlights removed to give a bit more of a race car look and feel. So these cars now also have a little bit of a power increase as well. They have 135 brake horsepower compared to the 125 in the Roadsport and Academy cars, and they weigh, about 10 kilograms lighter as well, and have an increased rev limit to 7,200. So here's the grid then. Blair McConaughey, championship leader, who won yesterday, starts on pole alongside Stephen Lyle on the front row of the grid. Harry Eyre and Carl Jones start on the second row alongside Oliver Smith and Alan Curtis on row 3, start 5th and 6th. It's 7th place for David on the grid for David Morgan alongside Tim Steele, who will start in 8th. And then rounding up the top 10 is Dan Clayfam and Chris Ephraimidis, who's had a decent season so far and looks to do well, starting up in 10th. Row 6 sees Paul Herndon start in 11th spot alongside Brian Errol, who will put himself from 12th on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 will see Darryl Cresswell in car number 8. Alongside him is Fraser Jones in car 14. Then we move down to row 8, where we see James Cameron and John Cox. And as the cars head off onto their formation lap in the background, the rest of the grid is formed up by Peter Wales and Roger Gaunt. And then as we round off the final few cars on the grid with Michael Curley and Richard Hoare, who starts at the bottom of the top 20, followed by Dimitris Malas, who I hope is on that grid because he had quite a nasty accident at the end of the first race yesterday, and hopefully if that car has or hasn't been rebuilt, if it hasn't been rebuilt, that's a shame, but if it has, then kudos to everyone who's been involved to help that out. He starts alongside Nick Allbones if he's on the grid. Wes Payne's also got some work to do from 23rd on the grid, as is also Stefano Mara, then Duncan Cook and Angus McLean, who also retired early on. We'll round off the 13th row of the grid and the 26 car starting grid for this second race of the weekend. So 3 races to go in the 270R Championship. And Blair McConaughey, who has been the bridesmaid twice before in previous steps, both in the Academy and in Roadsport, is now in quite prime position, there he is, to go ahead and pick up a title of his own in 270Rs. And Chris, I'm pretty certain that given how hard he's worked so far this year, it's not going to be easy, of course, again with these guys giving him trouble, but we want to keep on pushing and try and make up and try and replicate what he did yesterday, which is another win, another solid set of points to take him to Cadwell Park to give him the best possible chance of securing that title in Lincolnshire in a couple of weeks' time. Yeah,
he's had a fantastic season so far, hasn't he? So he definitely will be looking to continue that. But we've got Stephen Lyle there in second place, who's obviously going to be really thirsty and ready for that win. He had a double win at Croft, which we saw a few weeks back, so he'll be ready to do that. And Carl Jones never gives them all an easy run, and he's down in 4th place at the moment, so he'll be looking to improve back through. We saw him absolutely involved in that lead battle for the early part of that race. Harry Eyre has been there all season and was again there all yesterday, so he's certainly going to be looked to throw interference. But out front it was Stephen Lyle with Blair McConaughey sort of had a little bit of a comfortable gap right at the end of that race yesterday, and whether he will be able to run off into the distance again, but it's so unlikely. It's unlike Caterham racing, and it's unlikely it's going to happen twice in a row, but he will certainly be working really hard to make that happen. As the rest of the field is a really nice, large field here with the 270 grid. Brilliant to see, and hopefully, even when we're coming down to the tail end of this season, we'll see them all back ready in their upgraded 310Rs, and we're going to see some 310R racing action later. But given the health of this field, it'd be really good to see that all flow through into the next championship season as well. But first things first, we've got to see whether Blair can make that happen this season.
Definitely so, particularly 3 races to go and 3 maximum sets of score set to come, and it's going to be quite crucial for Blair to keep on scoring high and to keep himself at the front of the field in order to make sure that he can go to Cadwell Park essentially with just about one hand on the trophy to be able to pick it up, as of course he's been quite dominant coming into the weekend. When he came into the weekend, he had a 19-point lead over Carl Jones in second place on drop scores, and just a further 5 points back on drops was Harry Eyre. So all the work was having to be done by Carl and Harry to try and take points off of Blair, but the fact that Blair was able to win meant he only extended his lead even further as a result of that. So all the work now and all the pressure is on this. Well, there's equal amounts of pressure on Blair to try and maintain the gap and to keep out of trouble, but also for Carl and Harry to keep on applying that pressure and to try and take points and results off of Blair to keep them in contention. We're going in the final 2 races that's left, and they've got to do that, try and do what they can here to try and stop Blair within reason from getting a good result. Otherwise, it's going to make it very difficult when they go to Lincolnshire in a couple of weeks' time to try and to stop Blair from taking the title, possibly even in the first race.
Like you say, there's so many different scenarios, but the best scenario for Blair is to keep winning, keep setting those fastest laps. But nevertheless, he's got so many people chomping at his rear to do. You know, even if they're not in the championship battle, ultimately they still want those wins. You know, people are absolutely desperate for him. As the sort of midfield now forming up, we see those yellow flags starting to be removed. The tension mounts, and so let's see whether Blair can get off the line. He got off the line brilliantly yesterday. Let's see whether he can do the same again today.
So Blair in the white and black car on the left, the grey and orange car, Stephen Lard on the right. Just behind Stephen Lard's car is the car in third. They put it the Team Lotus coloured green and yellow car of Harry Eyre. And then Carl Jones on the right, the black and green car, starting from fourth on the grid. They're the 4 you want to watch, but also keep an eye on Oliver Smith. He had one of his best results of the season yesterday in Fit P5. Surprised quite a lot of people. Could do so today. Right, 5-second board is up. The second Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship race off the weekend. All set to get underway. Can it be a double for Blair McConaughey? Not with a start like that, it won't be. Not a good start from the pole sitter, and also Stephen Lyle either. But Carl Jones got a good jump for the second row also. And Carl Jones from the outside of the second row from fourth on the grid is going to charge down towards turn 1 down the outside. Will be 3 abreast into turn 1, and looks like possibly it was. I think Stephen Lyle managed to get his nose in front and hold on to a lead. It looks like maybe McConaughey in second and Jones in third. They head down towards the hairpin for the first time. It's going to be Lyle and Jones side by side for the lead. McConaughey's down to third, but then tries to re-attack Carl Jones for second as they go through the Wilson hairpin. So battling further back, we see that's Darryl Cresswell having a chat with the recovering Angus McLean, who's running as an invitation driver this season. So he's only doing a couple of rounds to jump in and have fun. It's a half-an-hour race, so quite a long time for the Caterham races to get on, but that's plenty of action, plenty of time for these guys to sort themselves out. Down to Agostini for the first time. It's then Lyle from Jones, from McConaughey, then Eyre, and then also in there too, not far away, is Alan Curtis. Remember, Alan, of course, was a sensation yesterday because we had 2 starts, one for a red flag and then the second one. On the first start, he didn't actually get away too well. The second start, he nailed it and was up there in the leading pack. And he was in the leading pack for the entire race and managed to get himself into that 6th position. So
yeah, I don't think Alan would mind me saying it was a bit of a surprise to see him there right on the front row of the grid starting yesterday. But yeah, he absolutely sort of proved that he deserved to be there, and it wasn't just a complete fluke. He was absolutely involved in that battle, really involved right until the last corner of the last lap. So yeah, absolutely brilliant performance by Alan, and maybe he can look to improve on that 6th place today. Yeah.
Got Nick Allbones and Angus McLean going side by side, and McLean trying to make it through as Carl Jones squeezes in front of Stephen Lyle, as does also Blair McConaughey. So Jones takes the lead before the end of the first lap into the complex. Blair McConaughey in second, Lyle third, Eyre fourth, Curtis fifth, Oliver Smith in 6th position. Then you've got 7th and 8th for looks like Dan Clayfan and possibly maybe David Morgan, I think. And also a quick starter. We need to watch out for Wes Payne, because I think he's inside the top half of the field now after he started in 23rd position. So watch out for him in the kind of pearlescent coloured number 38 car. It looks kind of pink, and the pearlescent colouring on the light makes it either look pink or light blue or purpley, but watch out for that car towards the looks like the mid-pack now as it charges through, because he's been a perennial part of the lead group all season. Dropped out of it with a couple of mishaps. He was quite spectacular yesterday, but to his detriment, lost a few positions and had to start back in 23rd as a result of that.
He's been spectacular all year. I took my eyes off the screen for 2 seconds, and last time I looked there was in 3rd. Now he's in the lead with the 2 behind him, sort of switched around, and he's even managed to pull a little bit of a gap there, 0.6 of a second. Not an easy thing to do in a single lap. So Blair McConaughey moving the back there. But yes, let's follow Wes Payne. You can just see him going through the screen there. See how far up he can make it in this race.
So I think he's now on the back of Tim Steele. He's now 11th place behind Tim, so he's on the cusp of the top 10. So he's just got past Fraser Jones and Chris Ephraimidis. So his next targets are Tim Steele, then Ryan Errol, and then it'll be the pair of David Morgan and Dan Clayfan, who are just loosely on the back of these cars here in 7th and 8th. So watch out for them. Dan Clayfan, David Morgan. But now it's to come down towards the Agostini hairpin. Blair McConaughey back in the lead. Lyle in 2nd, Jones 3rd now. It's Air 4th, then Curtis, Smith, then Clayfan and Morgan. Then you've got Ryan Errol and then Tim Steele. Then there's Wes Payne there. Car 38, the kind of multicoloured, almost like rainbow pearlescent coloured car. That's the paint scheme on that machine, number 38. Now, he retired from the race yesterday, but he was quite high in that pack and battling amongst it. Had a couple of spectacular moments, getting sideways and all over and all crossed up everywhere, but that we nicknamed him Mad Max rather than Wes Payne. But
we saw him doing a full drift around the whole of Coram, didn't we, including a bit of the grass there just to keep us on the edge of our toes. But unfortunately, yes, he did have to stop a bit later, but he's already at the back of this top 10, and not only that, there are no big gaps appearing, so he is fully in the mix for this race. He could actually do one of those rear to the front moves. It's brilliant.
And the key thing is also as well, he's got time, 26 minutes to go. There's only 4 minutes gone in the race, only on the second lap as Stephen Lyle retakes the lead from Blair McConaughey into the complex. McConaughey thumps the curb in response. But he's got plenty of time to do it. He's in that group. It's all tied together, as you can see. And also, you might want to try and follow Ryan Errol, who's on the back of David Morgan, now that he's falling away from Dan Clayfan. So there's a real chance for him to try and get involved here. Just also looking at the circuit there, looks like those areas of the outside line of the bomb hole have started to dry up a bit more, which means that there's a bit more grip on the outside line if he needs it. Now out of the left-hander at Murray's, and now down the short straight towards Richards again, end of the second lap. So Lyle leads the way, McConaughey 2nd, Jones 3rd and Air 4th. There's the top 4 together.
Slightly calmer up front with Stephen Lyle there for the fastest lap, 2:14.7. Slightly calmer out front early doors in this race compared to yesterday's race, but it's like a developing scenario, isn't it? You know, they're very much all still in a row, and everything can change. We've seen that gaps appear and then evaporate before your very eyes.
So there is Wes Payne. He's got past Tim Steele. His next target's David Morgan. I think he's been overhauled by Ryan Errol, so that will put him into the top. So he's into 9th now. If he can pass Morgan, he'll put him into 8th. So that's one to watch out for. Oh no, actually we lost. No, Ryan Errol's dropped down. He's 14th now. So looks like a mistake for Ryan. Has pushed him down to 14th position. So that was simply Wayne just catching up to David Morgan to try and pass him now as he goes through the hairpin. Side by side for the lead. Diving up the inside looks Blair McConaughey. Last of the late breakers. Just squeezed him out wide a little bit on the apex of the corner there, and now he's going to try and stay over the inside line if he can. Completes the move and gets back into the lead. So there's the top 6 all in line. There's Wes Payne. He's got past David Morgan, although Morgan's now back to his inside on the run toward Hamilton. So maybe there might be a repass there from Morgan if Wes isn't careful.
Hamilton's not an easy place to overskate though, Scott. Even if you've got a full alongside, it's not somewhere you really want to go side by side. It just ends up costing you time. I was speaking to Blair in the paddock yesterday. He's such a calm and collected character. There's no sign of nerves, and you see that kind of character coming out in his driving as well. It's always very calm and well measured.
Yeah, I think the only time he wasn't calm in the paddock on track was when Tom Willis was around. We're trying to scupper his chances of winning a title. Here's Tim Steele battling Chris Ephraimidis along with Fraser Jones and Peter Wales. Meanwhile, look at this. Harrier's come from nowhere. Carl Jones has been shuffled down to 4th. Now Harrier goes to 3rd. Looks for 2nd on the inside of McConaughey as Lyle continues to lead. Now they come out of the complex of Brundle and Nelson, back towards the bomb hole again. Through the apex, they run through the compression. 5th place now for Alan Curtis. He's now on the back of Carl Jones, but swift move from Harrier now. He's biding his time for the first couple of laps. Now he's starting to get into his groove and make a move now. He wants to be in the factor of this, particularly when he is one of the main contenders for Blair's championship. He needs to try and take as many points as he can off him. At the moment, Blair's ahead of both of his main rivals, where he needs to try and push him down the pack to keep it in contention and keep it competitive for Cadwell.
A couple of times this year he's dropped back down through the field and had to fight his way back through, but he has proven to be absolutely the fastest guy at many times. Wes Payne there setting the fastest lap, but Harrier did briefly have that for a split second there, but Wes Payne now setting the fastest lap, but he's had to pull back through the field, so he's used to go those battles. being able to generate speed out of that car, and sometimes being the fastest guy out there, just hasn't managed to pull off.
Oh, contact! Contact, that's Carl Jones into the back of Harry Air just as we're finishing that point. So sorry about that, Chris, but literally in the top four altogether, and it was literally Carl Jones biffing the rear of Harry Air's car. That will have damaged the front nose section of Carl Jones's car, so it won't help his aerodynamics. I think also I saw a Caterham stop there. That was a green car. I don't think it was Ryan Errol, but because he came across the line last time in 14th place, so it was just... Yeah, but there might be somebody else possibly further back that might have stopped. So usually have a look on my timing screen and see if there's anyone that didn't come through that's showing us a exclamation mark. It could be James Cameron because he's in the factory green and grey Caterham car, so it might be him that stopped, unfortunately. So we've also lost whilst we're looking at this. I think it was Nick Allbones we've lost, yeah, and Roger Gaunt, so sadly they're out of the race at this point. Looking back at the leaders now, and it's still McConaughey now ahead of Lars. He's retaken the lead. Harry Air still survived third place. Sands a left rear wing now. Right, now there's Wes Payne. He's got past Oliver Smith now, so he's up into, that will be 7th place. And I think Dan Clayfan went through first. So Dan Clayfan and Oliver Smith have both gone through. Clayfan's also passed Alan Curtis, although Smith's not done here. He's going to try and get back through here. Side by side for Believe Me while up front. Here comes McConaughey. Lar goes around the outside defending. Side by side also for 7th, but Payne shrugs off the attack from Oliver and now looks back onto the rear tail of Alan Curtis, and Dan Clayfan there looking down and having a quick look at his mirror, wondering where Alan Curtis and also importantly where's Payne and co are. He'll twitch there from Oliver Smith of oversteer, but he holds on. And now this is essentially the second half of this leading group as they turn in through the left-hander. Jones has dropped back a little bit, but Harry is looking pretty racy. Like I said, by this time, they've got the first couple laps out of the way, settled in, got his tyres up to temperature, found his rhythm, now he's getting ready to attack.
There wasn't there, but yeah, he looks like he might well be making a move. He's going down the inside of Blair going into this corner. The outside line, you can carry that momentum and sweep across, and it does look like that Blair will be able to do that. Interestingly, a couple of times into Senna and Brundle now, Lyle has not sort of given up on that position, so he's not in that mindset of I'm going to let you go. He's absolutely in that mindset of I want to be out front in this race, and I want to do what Blair did yesterday, which was let you two battle behind me, and I'll scoot off into the distance. Thank you very much.
So like we said yesterday, the harder they fight each other, easier it is for like Stephen Lyle, the cars in front, to make a break. So that is that's the key thing there. That's Nick Allbone. So I thought we'd said stopped, but he's actually carried on going. So looks like we've only just lost James Cameron and Roger Gaunt as a result of that. Lyle looking for his third win in 4 races after he took the double at Croft and then just missed out on the win yesterday. So if he can get another victory, that will certainly help him out points wise and certainly put him in good stead if he sticks around for next year. McConaughey then just on his rear roll cage with Harry Air in close pursuit. That's Wes Payne. He's up to 6th now. He's got past Alan Curtis. His next target is going to be getting past Dan Clayfan. Oops, off the road's gone 27. That's Chris Ephraimidis. Now, he was in 10th position. He was battling with the likes of Tim Steele and Peter Wells, etc. So I'm suspecting, given the fact there is a rear wing missing, there's been some shenanigans down at the hairpin.
We love a shenanigans every now and again, don't we, as long as it all ends well in the end. Yeah, so kind of a sizable gap there developed from the lead group, as we've kind of seen a couple of times this season, to this mid-pack, but the mid-pack is equally, hard and fast racing going on here. They are nose to tail again, trying to find out who's going to be the best of the rest.
Speaking of the groups, the lead group seems to have broken up just a little bit now. They're starting to spread out a bit more on this, now we've gone past the 3rd distance in this race. And here goes that mighty mid-pack. Look at them all packed together. So trying to work out who's in it is quite tricky. We've got Ryan Errol's in there, Tim Steele, Darryl Cresswell's in there as well. They're all swarming amongst each other. Also in there too, I think that is 61, sorry, actually. No, 52, forgive me. So it's Peter Wales. So Peter Wales is in there. I think he's had a new nose section because there's no nose number on that car. So
he damaged his nose cone and he had bad damage to the rear of his car yesterday. You can see the rear panel definitely looking a little bit worse for wear and is flapping around with his bodywork. Blair McConaughey there setting the fastest lap now with a 2:12. So the track is really starting to come back on form now. So where all those damp patches were earlier, you really can now properly lean on your tyres.
Yeah, where it might got a little bit wet and possibly even just possibly got rid of a little bit of some of the surface rubber on there because it was starting to not wash it away because it wasn't dramatically wet, but at least possibly get rid of some of that grip. It's now starting to help. Now it's fully dried up again, start laying down that rubber once more to get that circuit back to being a bit more tracker. The slight range was kind of made the circuit a bit greener, whereas now it's helped to kind of rubber it in and get a bit more grip down, which is certainly helping out in terms of lap times. Now it's becoming a bit more fully dry. So here is Ryan Errol, who's got past Angus McLean. Angus will try and repass him. Back with our leaders.
McConaughey out front.
It's McConaughey, yeah, from Lyle, and then Harrier in third place, with Jones fourth, and Wes Payne is now up to P5, so he has now passed Dan Clayfan. He's passed, picking them off one by one. He's got more than half the race to go, so absolutely, we talked him up earlier on. There is absolutely every chance if he carries on at this pace in these in clear air for relatively enough, and if he can pretty much pick off Carl Jones in relatively quick succession, there's every chance he could catch up to the top three and make it a leading quartet and really push himself in for contention.
Yeah, definitely. Let's keep an eye on. So he's got a nice opportunity now to set some really good, clean, consistent laps, because he's got a car in front of him who will give him that tow, give him that extra speed, and he's just got to hope that that little gap that's going out to the top three there doesn't go too far. But Jones and Payne are definitely fast enough as a duo to leapfrog each other back to that front group. So, and 17 minutes to go. You know, we've just been watching an Academy race, which is only 20 minutes. You only really have sort of a middle and an end phase of an Academy race, but with the full 30 minutes that we're getting with the 270s here, you get a beginning phase, and then you get the middle, the settled-in phase, and then at the end everything sort of kicks off again. But it looks like is that Blair behind Harrier there? So last time we looked at Blair, he was in first place, and now he's down in third, with Lyle back in the lead with Air in second.
So that must have been a switch around on the Bentley straight. So all three of them got quite close together in the slipstream. So Lyle moves his way back in front. It's Air manoeuvres himself back into second, and Blair McConaughey in third place, trying to hold on in tow to come back down the pit straight. Side by side for the lead. There goes Harrier taking his turn in front. He also takes, well, momentarily the fastest. Well, he took the fastest lap of the race just after Stephen Lyle took it himself. So the fastest lap is now 2 minutes 12.5, and the gap across the line was a mere 0.08 of a second between the two of them, as that's how close it was. So where's Payne? I want to tab on his lap times. He was a full about 0.6 quicker than Carl Jones last time, so he's actually closing in pretty quickly. Side by side off the Wilson hairpin for the lead again. Oh, that's takes some clearing up. That's Stefano Mara's front nose section hanging off and rubbing on the ground, so that's going to need either dislodging or have to fall off itself, or otherwise you might get a black and orange mechanical flag for that from the stewards. It might be deemed potentially a bit of unsafe bodywork that flies off the car. Three for the lead into the hairpin at D'Agostini, with Carl Jones and the charging Wes Payne in tow. Out of the hairpin they go, and now the short straight towards Hamilton again. This is lap 7 of this 30-minute race, but coming up to about half distance now. We're just 30 seconds away from hitting half distance exactly, and Lyle has the advantage, as we said, looking for his third win in 4 races after he took the pair at Croft.
But Jones and Payne definitely look like they're going to come across that gap. They were absolutely, with these still fighting going on at the front here, that gap looks to be reducing. You can see there Jones is nearly back on the back of McConaughey, and Payne is not too far back from that.
And Payne is lapping quicker than Jones, so unless Jones gets the benefit from the 3 cars giving a tow in front, Payne's using all that clear air pace that he's got to close back in and to really put himself into that leading group. So essentially Wes Payne is arguably one of, if not the man to watch out for at the moment, because given his pace right now, he's lapping on essentially the same pace roughly as the lead, as the cars, 3 cars immediately in front of Carl. So he needs to keep on pushing to try and get himself towards that pack pretty soon.
I wonder if there's anything going through Blair's mind around sort of championship protection. He's obviously in a fairly comfortable position in that championship. Things can swing very quickly, but he's certainly got that nose cone actually now rubbing on the front wheel of that Caterham. You've got to hope that that's not going to cause a puncture as well. And they're kind of heavy bits of equipment, those nose cones, so we don't want that flying across the track. So he's got a couple sort of a double issue there with a bit of rubbing on his front tyre and also on the floor. So yeah, it's not ideal. It's slowing him down as well, Scott.
Leaders back across the lines. We watch the Bartol watch window, and the fast lap changes twice. First to Carl Jones, then to Wes Payne. So he is literally the fastest man out of the top 5 at the moment, and the gap between the top 5 is now under 2 seconds across the board. So looking pretty tasty between those top 5 drivers. We're looking back at that incredible, massive midfield pack battle, which is led currently by Tim Steele. Across the line they all go. They'll start to spread out a bit more, either into on themselves. Stefano Mara's nose cone is still, well, it's not a nose cone that's dragging, it's something.
It's just.
Sorry, the nose cone and the angle it's at is rubbing against the tyre, so he's going to have to kind of come off itself, or he will get flagged for that, being the fact it could be a possible bit of bodywork that could fly up and cause danger to somebody else if it doesn't either get taken off by its own accord, or he doesn't pull in and get the car and get it removed by someone as part of his team. So 13.5, just under 13.5 minutes to go now as we come back towards the pack. We've got here, that is Brian Errol and Angus McLean, who are still battling over 10th position. There's Darren Cresswell in 12th place, and that's Wales and Steele at the head of this big midfield pack as they're battling along. And Fraser Jones, who again, like I said yesterday, I'm surprised he's not higher up, because Fraser usually is quite a regular sort of one that's around up at a strong top 10 finish or so, but not really enjoying Snetterton this weekend, down in 15th and looking pretty stuck down in the mid-pack.
Yeah, the Snetterton Circuit's not going to be on his Christmas list this year, is it? He's not had he's not been given the presents that he has in other places. So, yeah, like we said yesterday, it happens. You don't click, you have a bad run of form, and once you're stuck in this middle battle, you've seen how intense the battles are all the way down the field. It's not just matter of fact to get through. That's why it's more impressive that Wes Payne has done what he's done there. So overall, you know, we all have those off-race weekends where it just doesn't click for whatever reason, and this is just one for him.
So, speaking of clicking, everything seems to be clicking into place, particularly for Wes Payne, because he's now has got past Carl Jones, and look where he is, right on the tail of the top three. So now he's inside that leading pack now. He's going to start getting his elbows out and says, excuse me, boys, make it 4 players to relieve rather than 3. So here he comes then. He might have Carl Jones give you a bit of a push down the pit straight. Down the pit straight they go, and he's the only man number 2 minutes 12. Is down the inside looking with a big move into Richie's corner. Goes Stephen Lyle. McConaughey just gives him enough room as he tries to turn in, but they don't go too deep, and up the inside straight past both goes Harry Eyre. Also we see Carl Jones trying to go around the outside of Wes Payne behind them, so it's all action stations in one corner for the top 5.
Yeah, perfect example of where you might win the battle, but you don't win the war. He gained a position going in there on Blair McConaughey, but Harry was sat there ready to pick up the pieces, and he did that. He just took that extra momentum through that final course. I was going to say, Carl Jones, if I was him, I might sit on Wes Payne's tail and coat and just absolutely get myself pulled along to this lead group, but up to the front. But I don't know anything about Caterham racing. It all changed as he went straight by. Anyway, they're all looking like they're desperate to be in that front to do what Blair's done before. We saw Blair at Croft come back from all the way through the field, all the way up to what ended up being 4th, but it looked like it might even be the win, and it looks like Wes Payne wants to do one better here, and he was 4th place last time we went over the line, 5th place currently, but he's certainly in the chance with still 11 minutes to go to actually come away with this win.
There's a very good chance he could get involved in that, particularly now in that lead group, and anything could happen. As we know with Caterham Racing, talked about it yesterday, but the worst, ironically, the worst place you want to be in a Caterham race on a circuit like this is, again, it sounds a bit, it does a bit, so it gives it a white where you don't want to be there, but it's in the lead at the last corner on the last lap on the sprint to a line, because we know these cars are great in the slipstream and cause quite a large effect and get quite a large toe on them. Because you get a long straight, there's no guarantee that when you exit the corner in the lead that you'll stay there by the time you get there. It either needs a good drive on your part or a mistake for the drive behind, or being too far back to stop them and try and make it through.
And it's not just like Snetterton has one long straight, is it? It's got 3 really long and toe-worthy sort of straights on it, and we see that you have to work out where do I want to be, and then you have to manufacture that to be the case. But we haven't seen every single situation coming out this last corner where the person in second has overtaken. So it's a real 50-50 scenario. The line is in the perfect position to make it really up in the air. And so we see Harry Eyre there actually getting his time for a time over the line in 1st place. And he's still in those 12s, isn't he, where everyone else was in the 13s at that time round. So, but again, that gap immediately evaporates as we come up the start-finish straight. And it's gone again, and he's lost that lead straight away into turn 1. You can't look away for a second. But Wes Payne there maybe taking a little bit of a breather. He's lost some of that momentum he used to actually get him to that front group. But maybe taking a bit of a breather here, giving his tyres a rest and giving everything cool off, ready to then strike another battle in this, coming into this final phase of the race.
Yeah, Wes Payne trying to come back and Carl Jones to get 4th, but it's nice. It was a really nice move diving up the inside from Blair to retake the lead from Harry Eyre as he came down to Richie's corner. So the championship leader back in front. Just about 9 minutes to go now as they come onto this into the final third of the race, and Wes Payne's just trying to go on the attack again. Looking, just peeking to the outside of Carl Jones. He's forced to go to the inside line to defend from the 38 car behind. Out of the hairpin, there's top 5 from Wes Payne all over the curb on the exit. No wonder we called him Mad Max yesterday. In through the left-hander at Hamilton. Still Eyre from Lyle in second and 3rd, and it's Carl Jones 4th, Payne 5th. Got the top 5 all in shot there as they turn in through Ockey's. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, this is Tim Steele, who's still battling with Fraser Jones. Fraser then, this is now over 12th and 13th place, so that's Fraser back down to 13th, and Tim Scott back past ahead of him. Now down this back straight goes Wes and Co. Again, he'll have the toe, but so will also Harry and Stephen on Blair. We'll see the camera switch back in. We'll see Harry Eyre looking to the outside line. Stephen Lars watching on. So looks as though I think that Harry Eyre managed to get not only a good run down the back straight getting past Stephen Lyle, but also then charge past Blair McConaughey. He's got a small kind of half a car length or so to get past. Carl Jones runs wide on the exit of Nelson to keep hold of fourth. This is 6th, 7th and 8th downwards now. This is Alan Curtis, Dan Clayfan, also Oliver Smith and David Morgan. These are the guys who were sort of in and around that sort of lead group initially, but now fallen back to create their own pack for best of the rest from P6 downwards. So they're having their own little private battle. And Alan Curtis, again, having a great run so far, holding on to 6th place.
Yeah, absolutely, and doing a perfect job. And like you say, it's like their own little mini battle between themselves, but they have the same issues. When they're out front, they're open. Who are absolutely rapidly moving through. It's kind of when Wes Payne came through, he acted as disturbance and everything sort of bubbled apart. But yeah, Alan Curtis, brilliant to see him still up there in 6th place.
So for the switch back there was Harry. Yeah, that was quite a rotation. I saw the car whether he just nailed the throttle or just kind of just tweaked the rear brake bias a little bit to try and just swing the car back around again. But that was quite a rotation around the hairpin to get him to get the car round and back out again. So classy stuff there from Harry. Side by side, Chris Efremidis, who's on a bit of a recovery trail after his little spin earlier, having a scrap with Fraser Jones. This is over 12th to 13th and 14th place. As we go back to our leaders, and Wes Payne's charge seems to pretty much come to a halt at this lead group now. So he was trying to get past Carl Jones, but Carl's acting like a bit of a roadblock here in terms of potentially, unless he can get around him and stay in front of him and get onto that tail of the top three to get right in amongst the top three drivers. At the moment, 5th is as high as he'll go, but if he can get past and try and keep the three cars in front, what he ideally needs is the top three to start carrying on battling as hard as they are in order to try and make this possibility of getting past to get into the top three and a podium place possible. But he needs that to happen, and also to try and get past Carl Jones first to try and work together with him.
It seems like this front three, when they don't battle for a few corners or when the overtakes just sort of naturally happen, the Payne and Jones can't quite cling on in those scenarios, and that's why we see that gap develop. But as they go 3 wide into this Senna Brundle complex, and Lyle coming out there in 2nd place, Harry Ayres still maintaining that 1st place. So it's a couple of times he's come out of turn 1 in sort of 2nd place, but absolutely that means for the tail end of the lap, he is actually then coming forward and being lead. And a rear tail end moment there for number 56. David Morgan onto the grass there, but proving that Caterham's a good rallycross cars as well as he rejoins back onto the bum hole. Lyle there just dipping his tyre over the edge. We spoke yesterday briefly about track limits. Luckily that didn't really come into play, but there are some automated sensors at these tracks which they've got to be careful not to trigger. If you do that too many times, you will get black and white flags, and we can see black and white flag there going out for some car. We can't actually see the number that is for, but we're into the tail end. 5 minutes left to go, Scott.
It's on the timing screen. Stephen Lyle, car 5, needs to be given a warning for track limits. So keeps on transgressing, he will get a time penalty for that. He's got to be careful. So Harry Ayres continues to lead it then. Stephen Lyle trying to go back on the offensive here of Blair McConaughey. As we come out through right-hander, just sort of caught through to the camera there. Those black clouds are rather ominous overhead, so that might be something that could play a factor later on this afternoon if those black clouds continue to form over here and actually create more of a rain shower. Right-hander, we still see Tim Steele and Fraser Jones having that battle back with our leaders. Still Air with Lyle now under pressure from McCulloch. And these top three, as you said just then, they have started to pull away a bit more, but yeah, still with that battle for 4th and 5th going on. That seems to be a bit of a stalemate now between Jones
just
and
as soon as their battle sort of settles down into the natural rhythm, they do have a little bit of extra pace. I think Payne had that pace early doors, but just because he is stuck in that battle with Jones, he can't make it forward. But yeah, so Harry Ayres again, actually this time leading onto the back straight, which is probably not the place you want to be if you want to lead over the tail end. Maybe we're always making calculations in the driving seat. When I was in 2nd place at this point, where was I at the end of the race? So you're always trying to work out what's going to work for you in your car with your setup. Blair putting it 3 wide, sweeping around the outside with an absolute rear end hanging out. What brilliant car control there, but still sitting in 3rd place. And with Lyle now out in front. So whereas Ayres came onto the back straight there in the lead of the race, he's now in that 2nd place. But is this where he wants to be for the final lap of the race?
I I thought Wes Payne was Mad Max. That was quite a daring move. He swung out wide to try and make a daring 3-wide pass into Brundle. They probably realised at the split second after he made that, probably not the wisest thing, given that he's in contention for the championship. But either way, he's keeping in tow there. And still Wes Payne, I've noticed in the background, can't get past Carl Jones. He's trying as hard as he can to make it work. The player now tucked in behind both drivers. Tries to pick 3 abreast, puts 2 wheels onto the grass. That was a really sweet.
Interesting, Blair were third coming onto that start-finish straight, and he was first going over the line. So it proves that if you absolutely nail your exit, you can make that. In fact, it's a complete swap for the top 3 there, with Harrier looking like he might do it. But it shows that actually, do you want to be in the lead coming out of the final corner? If that's to go by, then you want to be in third place. Yeah, so Blair's put himself into the lead now. So potentially, if he's now trying to engineer it so that he can be third by the time they gets to the line this time by. He might want to try and engineer it so he does that again, but he practically put 2 wheels onto the grass, I was going to mention, trying to get past both of them. They went 3 abreast up towards the right hand at Ritchie's corner, and then managed to get his nose in front and complete the move before he turned into turn 1 to take the lead back again. So incredible stuff from Brown to get in front, but of course now what he also needs to try and help out is these to carry on scrobbling. If they do, it'll be advantage Blair for the final lap. It's only ever worked for me once coming third onto the start-finish straight and actually winning it. So you're a braver man than me if you engineer yourself into that third place, but given that evidence we just saw at the last race, well, maybe that is the way to do it. We've still got 2 minutes to figure it out, and Blair's still got 2 minutes to figure it out whether or not that's the tactic he wants to employ. But he continues to lead, and that seems to be a pretty good tactic to me. So up through the right-hander goes McConaughey, Air, and Lyle. I think they've also just... I think they quickly updated the time screen. I think originally they had it as Blair being third, but of course either that was a small TSL glitch with where he was on the timing screen. But they have re-put him in, and he was ahead by 0.06 of a second, which is quite advantageous. And now line astern into the complex. I saw in the background that Wes Payne was looking to go down the outside of Carl Jones to take 4th. We'll see in the background if he has or not. Yes, he has. So up into P4 goes Wes Payne, but still Carl Jones will not leave him alone. And it's been quite a bit. He's made a bit of a nuisance for Wes Payne at this point, so he's going to try and carry on keeping with it. But it looks as though the possible pace advantage now in clear air that Wes has might be good enough to try and basically cement 4th place, because he won't be able to catch the top 3 in this race quite that far back. There he is in the kind of pearlescent car with the black striping on the nose. Time for Lyle to find out whether he can get a nice tow out at the final corner and get over the line first. He doesn't, so McConaughey actually spent the whole lap in the lead that time round. And sets the said he set the fast lap of the race, but then it was Lyle that picked it up just fractions later, and Harrier looks to go around the outside to try and claim 2nd place for McConaughey as they go down towards the hairpin for the final time. And a big dive up the outside from Harrier to try and make that move stick, but again just was way too hot and managed to hold on to 3rd place, but again has lost a couple of car lengths, which will certainly be advantageous to both McConaughey and also leader Lyle. But it's not a significant enough gap. He's got plenty of straights there to pull that back, so that won't actually factor when we get down to the end of this lap. And into the right-hander at Ritchie's. That's still the battle that's been going on. Also a race long between Jones and Efremidis. Into the complex they go again. All 3 cars are closed up once more through Agostini. Blair's got a slightly better off the corner, as did Harrier. They're 3 abreast to Hamilton's. We know side by side to Hamilton is not wise at all. So I don't know what on earth 3 abreast to Hamilton is, but even so, it's come up with Stephen Lyle managing to hold on to the lead. Now, has he got enough of a small gap to stop McConaughey from getting a tow, or is it going to be strong enough if he drives it well through Williams, which he does? So there's a good chance for both McConaughey and Harrier to get through. This could either end brilliantly or end in fireworks. In either way, here goes McConaughey to the outside. Which way will Harry go? Will he go the middle? He has to go the middle. He's got no choice. McConaughey gets the run, sweeps past on pure pace on straight line past Stephen Lyle. Then Air goes round the outside of Blair McConaughey as a result of that. So that was incredible. So Blair went round the outside of Stephen down the back straight. And there's contact. Round goes the championship leader. Blair McConaughey spins. So contact between Lyle and McConaughey, disaster for the championship leader on the final lap, and it puts Carl Jones into 4th at the moment, 3rd at the moment. Wes Payne's dead. He could beat him to the flag if he gets there. So Blair McConaughey quickly gets back onto the road. There's going to be a discussion about that afterwards. That's guaranteed, I'm sure. Either way, into the final couple of corners, Harrier will head out the final shot with a brilliant slingshot to pass McConaughey while he was passing Lyle, and after the championship leader hit drama, Harrier took full advantage to charge the checkered flag and win race 2 of the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship at Snetterton. It's Stephen Lyle 2nd, and a sprint to line for 3rd between Payne and Jones. It's going to be
Who got it? Jones, just by 7,000ths of a second from Wes Payne. 7,000ths denies Wes Payne a podium from, what was it, 23rd on the grid. But still, hats off, brilliant drive from Wes Payne to get to 4th from that one. Blair McConaughey will be a slightly disappointed and dejected 5th, I think, after that, and he will be frustrated, I think, by that result.
Your car going around that complex, it's on the absolute limit of grip, and you as a driver, it's your job to put it on the absolute limit of grip, and just that slight contact between the front of the Lyle car onto the rear of his car was just enough to send it spinning. We've seen it plenty of times before, and I'm sure we'll see it again, and it will be discussed after the race. But it was a shame for Blair. He's got a bit of a spin there, but he still maintains his 5th place, and actually overall, I don't think that's the end of the world for his championship. It's certainly not what he'd want out of that situation, but well done, Harry Eyre, for that win.
Excellent stuff from Harry to pick up the victory and to capitalise on a move that Blair made on Stephen to make a move on Blair with the toe that he got from him. So great strategic stuff from Harry, and it will certainly keep him in loose contention for the championship when we go to the next couple of races, the final 2 races of the season in a couple of weeks' time at Cadwell Park on October 23rd, 24th, where the face of the 270R title will finally be decided. So, looking back on scores, is that possibly one of Blair's worst scores of the season? So it might well be that might turn out to be a drop score, actually.
Yeah, I could imagine. I know he's obviously got a 0 he's carrying, but that could well be his 2nd drop score now of the season. That just shows the kind of season he's had. Is that he can actually drop a 5th place, which many a driver would love to take those 5th places, wouldn't they? But also, yeah, as you said, it's a shame that Payne couldn't complete that podium comeback, but the actual fight back through the field was pretty impressive to watch. So well done to Payne on that front.
Excellent stuff from Wes, of course. Then look at the results. Now, 5th place, you get 20 points. So actually, that would have been a drop score. So, but looking at the results, he only gains back 1 point, I think, because his next worst result from that was a 4th place at Brands Hatch. So he essentially gets the equivalent of finishing 4th. He gets 21. He'll get 21 points. He'll have to drop 20, but he'll get back 21. So he essentially gains a point from the ones that he scored. So Harry Eyre then comes home with victory in race 2 here at a dramatic finish for the Caterham 270R Championship. Stephen Lyle 2nd. Wes Payne. No, wait, hold on. Wes Payne's been given 3rd place by 1,000ths of a second.
We have a start line camera for exactly those situations. It could well be that camera has actually put him in front.
Wow. So the correction. So excellent stuff. So Wes Payne 3rd, Carl Jones 4th, and then it's Blair McConaughey, the championship leader, in 5th, with Alan Curtis, Dan Clayfan, Oliver Smith, and David Morgan, Darrell Cresswell rounding out the top 10. Then Wells, Ephraimidis, Fraser Jones, Tim Steele, Michael Curley, Richard Hoare, Nick Allbones, John Cox, Paul Herndon, Cook, Mara, and then the 4 cars that didn't finish the race, which were McLean, Errol, Cameron and Gaunt. Another brilliant Caterham race. Next one's coming up very shortly. It's now for our other Academy Championship decider. We provisionally crowned 1 Caterham champion, Academy Champion in the green group. Now it's time for the white group to take their turn. Chris Buxton Assembly, over to you.
We return now to the LoveCars at Caterham Academy White Group. This time it is winner takes all for the championship protagonists. Harry George and Charlie Lower equal on points, both of them on 145. Let's have a quick chat with our pole sitter. Harry, a win from pole yesterday sees you, of course, on the top spot. Any particular difference in how you're going to approach today from yesterday?
I'm not quite sure, to be honest. I'm just hoping everything does go the same as yesterday. But yeah, I mean, I just need to get my head down, try and pull a gap on Charlie. I mean, I've got some tough guys behind me, so it's going to be very difficult as yesterday was. But yeah, hoping for the same result. So we'll see in a second, won't we?
Indeed. So you think it gives you a bit of a psychological edge over Charlie?
No. I mean, I wasn't nervous up until this point, so but I'm sure he's feeling it too. So yeah, I mean, we'll see in 20 odd minutes. So yeah, but looking forward to it nonetheless.
We look forward to it too. Best of luck, Harry. And there was actually damage on his car yesterday. It was only discovered post. He still managed to win. So an incredible performance there from Harry George. We'll have a word with Charlie Lower. So then, Charlie, winner takes all. Do you think you can do it?
I'll give it my best shot.
Were you worried when the heavens opened earlier on?
Not particularly worried,
but yeah, I'm up for a bit of rain. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
A realist to the end. So looking forward to it. Are you relaxed, or are you thinking about what may or may not happen?
No, I'm quite relaxed at the moment. I'm just so grateful to be in this opportunity in the first place, that being in this position is just amazing, really.
Awesome stuff. Best of luck, Charlie Lower. The gates have been opened for the final race of the championship for the Caterham Academy White Group. Winner takes all. It's do or die for Harry George and Charlie Lower. Back over to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
Thank you, Chris Buxton. Yes, indeed. As I mentioned, the phrase literally is winner takes all in this second decider for the LoveCars Caterham Academy. One champion provisionally crowned, another one still to go. This time it's the White Group's turn, and it is a face-off between Harry George and Charlie Lower. And they once again, as the two championship contenders did on the front row for the Green Group, will be together on the front row for the White Group as well. The grid is set by the results of yesterday's championship point scoring race, and that means that it will be Harry George who will start on pole position. So before we get through to the grid, let's just read through some of the connotations that we have. And quite simply, here are the two simplest ones. If Harry George wins this race, he is champion. If Charlie Lower wins this race, he is champion. If neither of these two drivers win the race, happens to be someone like possibly Gareth Lucas or anyone else around them, then Charlie needs to finish second, and then Harry needs third. If there's also a scenario as well where if by some way Charlie's third and fastest lap and Harry's fourth, it could be another joint championship. We'll get onto that in a minute. So Harry George and Charlie Lower will start on the front row together, the two title contenders. Then it's Gareth Lucas and William James on the second row of the grid. The two Perrys are next. Giles starts fifth, Neil starts in sixth, but it's Michael Banson in seventh place, and Benja Headley starting this race from eighth on the grid. Then it's ninth on the grid for Mark Janaszewski, and the top 10 starting position in 10th for Simon Patel. Moving back to row 6, it's Tom Noakes, and then James Moon is alongside him on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 sees Richard or Rocco Ainscoe alongside Julian Roebuck on the 7th row there. You've then got on the 8th row of the grid Augustine Serac and Richard Lawrence next from Lyndon Arnold and Chris Roberts. Alan Bateman and Ray Radford round out the top 20, followed by Graham Walker, Louise Deason and David Saxby rounding up the 23 car starters for the final championship race of the entire season for Caterham Academy. As we say, with Jeff Newman essentially provisionally crowned Green Group champion, it's now between either Harry or George to be able to work out, so it's Harry or Charlie to work out who's going to come out on top in their counterparts over in this White Group race. Another 20 minutes to settle which way the fate of the title goes. This could be pretty, and Chris Hutchinson could be pretty interesting once again. We've had quite a fantastic finish to the Green Group, one with the essentially the championship being decided on the last lap by via allocation of a fastest lap point. It's a bit more simpler this time, but doesn't make it any less exciting.
No, we like simple sometimes. It makes our jobs easier. And what is brilliant is that we've got the two main championship contenders right there at the front of the grid. It's a 20-minute race for them to find out who is going to win this race, and then therefore who's going to win the championship. That's the easiest scenario. Now there will be some connotations if they start slipping down through the orders, because then drop scores become more important to sort of calculate what that all means. But yes, Harry George, if he wins the championship, and Charlie Lowe, if he wins the championship. And we love that coming to the final race of a season. So yeah, Academy races, they've all had an epic year, starting out all that time ago, sort of all nervously looking at each other, I'm sure, as Caterham brought them all together for their first sort of meetings where they talk about the Academy and what's going to happen to them this year. And I imagine they're all now they had all that season, now the history's behind them and they're ready to look forward to that Roadsport season. But right now, what's going to be important for Charlie and Harry for sure is who's going to win this race.
Wouldn't it be fascinating if they actually ended up literally as a dead heat over the line, like 0.000? That would be quite something, given how extraordinary it was today with the Green Group. But this is a point, obviously we've got the Autumn Trophy race coming up next, but this is a point where essentially the drivers have come so far, particularly where they started at the beginning of the season. And obviously, even at the beginning of the year, there were still challenges with the pandemic that's still ongoing around the world and stuff. But even so, these drivers have grown a lot, they've learnt a lot, they've experienced a lot, and they've made quite a lot of new friends as a result of it. And at the end of every Academy year, it's always a sad one because it's the end of the season of racing. It's a happy one because they've got lots of happy memories, and it's always quite a fascinating one to watch because you get to see the drivers, how they compare in terms of their pace, their confidence, what they've learned and what they apply compared to how they were when they started at Mallory Park, when they looked like, the best way I can describe it is kind of like a giraffe or a deer that's unsteady on its legs, kind of like thinking, right, well, where do I go, what do I do? Where they look much more confident, much more happier, much more centred, much more knowledgeable of what they've got to do, much more confident and consistent. And so the comparison is pretty much like night and day, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Especially, as a driver in these, I've driven all of these cars through the championships, and you kind of know when a car's been driven hard and well, and when it's still got a bit to work on. And certainly at the beginning of the year, you see that all through the grid. However, like you say, they turn into drivers through that year, and they're all then looking forward to the next step of the ladder. But Harry George and Charlie Lower have been a real sort of consistent force at the front here. William James was earlier in the season, but that sort of his championships faded away slightly. But yeah, Harry and George, absolute permanent fixtures at the top of this race, and they're on the front row now.
Last couple of cars moving into position. Green flag will fly at the back, and then the 5-second ball will go up, which it does now. So, one Caterham Academy champion crowned. Let's crown another then. So the LoveCars Caterham Academy white group all set to get underway here at Snetterton. We are under starters' orders. It's a decent start for the first couple of rows. William James from the second row gets the even better jump and tries to put himself alongside. Down towards turn one, it is to be Harry George that leads it then. Charlie Lower in second place as they turn in. Benja Headley's made a great start. What was that, the fourth row of the grid from 8th up to about 3rd or 4th already. They're turning through Richie's corner for the first time, down towards the hairpin, and they're still side by side. Benja Headley really getting his elbows out in there, but it's George ahead of Lower then. So William James is 3rd, Gareth Lucas is there in 4th, and Benja Headley remaining in 5th position. So they all jostle and fight for racing room now. They've got a bit more spatial awareness now, a bit more chance to see the cars around them and how the cars react, and to feel the car moving around them on colder tyres at the start of a race. It's all key knowledge now they've got after 5 or 6 times doing it. A couple of the cars a little bit out wide on the exit is moving around, but the top 4 are pulling away now. Harry George, Charlie Lower. Big lock up from William James. He can try and get it stopped, and I thought for a second he was going straight into the back of Charlie Lower there for a second, but he does hold on. So that was a bit of a fright there, I'm sure. I'm sure that Charlie must look in the mirrors and thinking, oh no, please don't hit me. But thankfully William did get the car anchored up in time. So it is then going to be George from Lower from, at the moment, James and then Gareth Lucas on the attack in 4th place. Top 4 pulling away early doors, but predominantly it's these two now, like it was in the race between Chiddicks and Newman. These two now 1v1, slug it out for the championship. First past the post wins.
I don't think William James will be finished yet. He did just have that moment, but absolutely at the moment he had the two at front have got a nice clean race that they can just decide between themselves how they want to go about it. But yeah, that lock up into Agostini, it's very easy to do, especially early doors on slightly cold tyres. Once they're locked up, it's hard to get them unlocked, and it's certainly hard to get your brain to lift off the brake pedal rather than apply it harder. Yeah, as we see Charlie out front currently, he's overtaken down the back straight with Harry George now in 2nd place, but that gap that looked like it might be developing has gone. Of course it has.
Yeah, 3rd place now for Gareth Lucas, who's got around William James now, so he also passed for 3rd place down the back straight. 64, which is Richard Lawrence, who a bit deeper in the mid-pack, but towards the end of the first racing lap and into the complex for the first time at Murray's, thump of the curb from Charlie Lower, and he will lead them across the line unless Harry George can put himself level and get his nose in front by the time they cross the line. So up to the line to end the first lap they go, side by side for the lead, and it will be Harry George who just gets his nose in front to lead the first lap then. So George leads, Lower 2nd, Lucas 3rd, William James in 4th place, side by side for the lead into Richie's once more. And George takes the wider approach, sweeps around the outside and remains in front as they turn out through Richie's and then back down towards the Wilson hairpin. The second group headed up by Giles Perry. You've got Benja Headley, Michael Banton and James Moon in there as well, also with Neil Perry and Rocco Ainscoe doing a good job at the start there to get up into the top 10 spot. So far looking strong so far the first couple of laps, first lap or so into the books, and now everyone start to, in theory, settle down and see if we can settle that, finally figure out who wins this white group title now with the front 4 all together.
Yeah, like you say, a little bit further back, Moon making up 4 places there. So, again, all the battles happening throughout the field. It's not all just about the front of the group, although obviously that comes down to the championship. But Moon making up 4 places on that. Ainscoe and Roebuck also making up up 3 places, and a little bit further back we've also got Roberts making up 4 and Radford taking up 5 places. So some real movement through the field, and this mid-pack sort of they're all got their own sort of battles and adventures to go on in this race as well. But the top 4 sort of proving their class by actually having a little bit of a gap out front there and a bit of a comfort zone. But with there being 4 in that lead group, it does leave those other scenarios, they are left open on the table, because if one mistake and you're immediately down into 4th place rather than being in that sort of lead positions, and that can bring these other scenarios into play. So while they would have maybe liked to have only 2 of them out front to start with, that's not the case. We got Lucas and James there ready to absolutely play interference and go and get their own trophy wear.
Well, they're trying to play interference now because they've got William James right underneath both of them, and now looks like Williams is trying to get himself up the inside to try and pester Charlie Lower for a position to try and get past him as they come up through the bomb hole now for the 2nd time, or the 3rd time at this point on lap 3. Further back we've got Tom Noakes battling away with Augustin Seyrac, who's lost a couple of spots. He's lost out, I think, to Roberts and Radford, I think, there. So Tom Noakes has dropped a couple of... Seyrac has dropped a couple of places as a result. So now George is in. Just needs to be, remember, whichever one of these two essentially wins this race, if they stay in 1st and 2nd, whoever's in front of the other is the champion. But of course, if they start going further back, you're going to have more connotation on who's to be ahead of who. So we'll work it out, try and work it out as we go along. I think it was Charlie Lower indicated to go to the left-hand side, which meant that William James think, right, well, I'll go down the middle if you don't mind. And down the middle he goes. Not only does Lower go around the outside of both of them, but William James follows him through down the outside. So he also takes the fastest lap of the race for good measure. James now looking for a way through, he's trying to squeeze past, but they all hit the brakes and try and reach different parts of the apex. And now we see Gareth Lucas also getting his elbows out and up into 3rd place. So now it firmly is advantage Charlie Lower. Now Harry George shuffled down to 4th. It's now Gareth Lucas up to 3rd, William James in 2nd place, and Harry George now back into the lead now. He's now in title contention, but there's still just under 15 minutes to go. Plenty of time for it all to change.
Yeah, a big gap appeared there as well. Interesting to see with the Academy car, although it's kind of similar to the Roadsport car in many ways, it's still got its, it's got its screen and its lights. They've got the slightly bigger tyres, which means their gear ratios are all slightly different, and they're suffering with a little bit less power going up the hill, and the toe is actually more powerful from the exit of the last corner. So that really needs to be taken into account, because twice we've seen going into that first corner, it's certainly not the person going in the lead onto that final straight.
It's got Mark Januszewski, he's a bit off pace in this race. He was a little bit higher up in the first race, but down in 17th at the moment. He's battling with Lyndon Arnold, and I think there was also Ray Radford was in there as well. So not quite the race he's having to end off his 2021 championship season in the Academy. Meanwhile, Harry George thinks, right, time to rebuild my podium positions now, starting with 3rd place. Trying to get back past Gareth Lucas on the sprint down towards Brandon Nelson. Under the bridge they go. As they turn in, it's Harry George who does get back into 3rd place then. So back onto the podium goes Harry. His next target now is got to try and recatch the top 2 who have pulled away. We've seen this before in Caterham racing, where you get 2 cars working together and they can really start to pull away. Looking further back, that is Julian Roebuck, who is just on the back of Rocco Ainscote. I think Rocco is actually, I think he's past Neil Perry, so he's up to 9th place now. His next target is going to be James Moon. And possibly also Michael Banton in there as well, so watch out for those 2 as they turn through. Now the top 2 are together, nose to tail. There goes the 3rd and 4th in set. Then Benja Headley is 6th, so Giles Perry. Right, so Benja Headley's now up to 5th. There's been a bit of a change in the bottom part of the top 10 here. So Benja Headley's up to 5th. Giles Perry is now 6th. James Moon is now 7th. It's Michael Banton, I think, in 8th. Rocco Ainscote 9th, and Neil Perry's down to 10th. So we're trying to work it all out from the cars in the sequence. So let's see if I got that right. So Perry, so it should be Headley 5th. Perry 6th. It should be at least, but yes. So Headley 5th, Perry 6th. It's Moon, Banton, Rocco Ainscote, and Neil Perry. So Perry was the one. Neil Perry was the one that shuffled down a few spots and lost out a couple of places as a result of that. I was waiting for the timing screen on the TV feed we've got to actually shuffle itself back around again, but it was quite late to update. Banton, meanwhile, has lost out to James Moon. A bit of a wave there to Rocco Ainscote as Rocco picks up one more place. Round the outside he goes at Palmer. You'd have thought at some 100 miles an hour you wouldn't take your hand off the wheel and gesticulate at somebody, but then again, as adrenaline takes over, you'll do regardless of anything in the cockpit to signal to somebody.
What you think is possible and what actually happens are two absolutely separate things. We saw at the front there, so we're still sort of looking at the mid-pace pack battle there, but you saw George absolutely having to spread it. He's got a 1.5 second gap to catch back up with his championship chances, and that's what it comes down to. It's a little bit of a desperate move there, wasn't it, on Lucas going down the back straight, needed to get past and really needed to get going. But yeah, as we see these midfield battles going, and you'd be surprised quite how much communication there is between drivers, even though we can't talk to each other, and thank goodness we can't. There is a lot of communication that goes on between drivers out here in a race.
Yeah, and not all of it's verbal. So if it is verbal, you can't hear it. Either way, the second half of that mid-pack is making its way down the Bentley straight as Harry George is back into second place. Now then, the second, third, fourth place cars, both George and Lucas, have caught back up to the top two. Harry George is straight back into second place past William James, but he now needs to repass Charlie Lower to get himself back into a championship winning position. Meanwhile, James Moon here picks up another place at the expense of Giles Perry. And that is now Rocco Ainscough making a great choice. Rocco Ainscough making a great final race. There was a touch there, I think, between himself and Giles Perry. Nudges Giles wide. It could have been much more serious than that, but it could be a slightly bigger accident. But Rocco elbowed his way through, and that was purely through, I think, James Moon, who just literally it was by James Moon managing to find a way through to get past. And as a result of that, what it also did was open the door for Rocco to try and squeeze through. Meanwhile, here comes Harry George to the inside. He's back into the lead. He's done it. So before we hit half distance, with the fastest lap of the race to boot, he moves up back into the lead now. So Harry George back on the charge, but now he goes from hunted, so for the hunter, to hunted once again. As back storming down the outside goes Charlie Lower. Can he get it stopped? Down the outside of the Wilson hairpin. Yes, he can. Great pass to get the lead back again. Straight away, one corner later. Cut straight back in front of Harry George, and now the battle lines are drawn with still exactly just about half the race in this final Academy White Group race still to go.
It's 10 minutes, isn't it? And we've got another 10 minutes to go. He's absolutely nose to tail there, fishing around all over the track. Harry George to the outside there, doesn't often work around Agostini. We saw that Lower was able to make it work around the first hairpin, but it's slightly tighter. But we have got there William James putting his car up the inside. There was a slight gap, the wheel-to-wheel contact there. You can see how the cars almost glue together when you have that kind of contact. And William James there, again, causing that gap to extend. And Harry George desperately doesn't want to see that. That is his championship going up. He won't be appreciative of it, but it's not William James's job to make him win the championship.
Within the space of literally two corners, the champion-elect changed twice, which is quite substantial. They changed 3 times. It was on just before Harry George made the pass on Charlie Lower. Then into Ritchie's he was in the lead, and then at the exit of Wilson he wasn't. So literally there were 3 different championship leaders in the space of 2 corners, which is quite astonishing. Now it's side by side for second place down towards the complex. Under the bridge they go. Lower still leads. William James tries for second place. Harry George says, "It's not in your life, sunshine. You're not in championship contention. Back behind me you go." So into second place he goes again. William James still contesting and looking very close. He was all over the back of the rear wing there. Back to our mid-pack, which is having a great scrap. And Giles Perry looks like he's marching towards the back of the top 10 because he's also been passed now by, looks like, Neil Perry and now by Michael Banton. So he's not really having a great run for the last couple of laps, is he? He's kind of dropping back quite far and not really enjoying the fact that he's been pushed down bit by bit, losing positions in the last few laps.
So easy to happen though, Scott. If you get out of the train, if you get pushed to one side, you're off the line, you lose momentum coming out the next corner and you get absolutely swallowed alive. The speed of these Caterhams is so absolutely matched that any sort of loss of 1 mile an hour is really desperate. William James up the inside, going into turn 1 again, exactly what Harry doesn't want to happen, but it is happening. Got a lot of first names going on there, haven't we? Harry James and you know, William George. So it's just, sorry, I'm getting my muddled all up.
Yeah, no, I've noticed from the start of the season, we've got 3 drivers who all have their first name and their surname are essentially a first name. They have Harry George, William James and Gareth Lucas, which is sometimes a bit confusing if you're just calling out simply the sort of surname that sounds like it being a first name. So down towards the complex, a case in point, Lower leads from George, James and Lucas, but of course it's Harry George, William James and Gareth Lucas. We'll stop the learning words with friends or the phonetics lesson and get back to the racing, because we've got the top 4 still battling amongst each other, with the only man who doesn't have 2 names as a full name, as we've been Charlie Lower, in the lead of the race now. So Lower continues to lead. 7.25 minutes to go in this final white group race for the LoveCars Caterham Academy, and off the road has gone 27. 27 off the road. Patel is Simon Patel, yes, he started 10th, so he's actually quite far down the order. He was in 12th position when that happened, so round he's gone, and he's got to try and recover and get back the positions he might have lost. I think he was around battling with the likes, I think it was with Julian Roebuck and Tom Noakes. I think between the three of them, I think they've come together, and it looks like Patel's been the one that's come off worse. George back to the lead now. Harry George back in front of Charlie Lower. William James there in the sort of light, almost turquoise coloured car with the pink roll bar padding. That is William James, and the black car at the back of that group, that's Harry Lucas. Gareth Lucas. I knew I was going to do that. Anyway, Benja Headley and James Moon are now together. This is now for 5th and 6th, and James Moon very sideways over the curb on the exit. Now through the right-hander at the compression through the bomb hole. They swing through that right-hander, and they still stay as close as possible. Now back down the pit straight. George leads it, but I'm certain with the toe he's going to get. Charlie Lower will swing alongside and get his nose just in front. We get the 5-minute board, side by side across the line. And it was Charlie just in front, but Harry George sets the new fastest lap of the race. He was half a second faster, 2 minutes 17.027. The gap across the line between the two was 30,000 of a second. Imagine if it comes to a photo finish between these two, and it is literally thousandths of a second that separates who was champion. That would be quite astonishing. Into the complex at the hairpin they go, all four together. Still no let up in any of this action at the front, Chris.
No, last time out into the end of the back straight into Brundle and Senna, Harry George absolutely sideways as you like, holding on round the outside, a real Geronimo moment, but he made it work and he made it stick, and it was all under control by the time he had to turn right, and at bomb hole he was in that lead. Hasn't helped him though. Charlie Lower still out in front, coming now down into Agostini, but they're side by side for the lead. And we saw last time we went side by side here, William James put his car up the inside and actually took that place away and caused another gap. Looks like the learning is still happening as we go through the academy here, so he's actually managed to protect that spot, and he is now in the prime seat to actually overtake down the back straight this time round.
So 5 minutes to go now in this race, and still 5 minutes to decide who wins the championship. I saw there was a car stopped. Maybe that was Simon Patel's car after he stopped earlier on, after his spin, so maybe he's the one that's parked it onto the grass on the side of the road. But there was a car stopped in the background I saw. Leading quartet out of Williams onto the Bentley straight again, and here comes William James to get into that slipstream, and again he's now going to take the tow from Harry George, who in turn is getting a tow from the leader Charlie Lower. Gareth Lucas is being left behind a little bit, but he's trying to get what slipstream he can to latch on. And now as they turn in, the two championship contenders again, nose to tail, one after the other. Lower versus George, but still William James and Gareth Lucas just edging closer and trying to pick their way through if they can. And they're much further back is the likes of Benja Headley and James Moon. So the gap is like 14 seconds between
the front
4th
four
and 5th.
are
It's quite large.
Moving out every single lap, aren't they? It's that gap is growing. They're having an epic battle as well. They're not, we've got a real massive understeer, just carrying far too much speed into the right hander. Sort of a little wave of sorry there. Do you see some of that communication happening? Rocco looking around the outside of the bomb hole and didn't quite make it stick, but certainly a little bit of a nervous moment there. He just tried to pile more front steering lock on, and it just really wasn't there. As the front group go over the line all together again, there's nothing between this lot. Remember, there is a championship on the line for two of these. William James now makes it to the front of the race.
And we said the connotation was, if neither of them win the race, Charlie needs second, Harry needs third. So I wonder how that works out in that case. So they come up towards the complex, back towards the hairpin. Oh, they almost touch the two of them, almost interlocking wheels between George and Lower as they come out of the hairpin at Wilson. And now that Gareth Lucas is getting involved in this point, he's going to try and sneak in and snatch a podium. Now there's a black and white flag going out for somebody, and on the pit straight, there's no race control message yet, but I think they're either putting the board out for somebody. So it's probably just, I'm guessing it's a warning just for track limits rather than a penalty. So someone's getting a warning for the track limits. Up the inside looks Harry George, because he knows he has to try and get the win to guarantee the championship. Tries to put himself alongside the sprint towards Hamilton. Can he do it? No, he can't. He slots back in between James and Lower as they come up through Hamilton. Now to Oggies, this very tricky sort of right-hander. It's now the apex right-hander. It's quite a sharp entry, and then it opens out on the exit. Round the outside, passing Michael Banton. It looked like it was Rocco Ainscoe. Great move there. That could be for 6th position as Banton holds on after his little excursion running wide at Nelson. But he's now got all over him, about the two Perrys and also possibly Tom Noakes in there as well. So all sorts going on between them. Meanwhile, 3 abreast from a lead. Gareth Lucas has fallen back a little bit. He's watching on, and it's James in the middle, and now he gets squeezed out, and it's now Charlie Lower back into a lead. So Lower leads, George in second place. William James is back to third now after he led for most of that lap. Into the complex of Brundle and Nelson. They will start up of the season with 2 minutes to go. Quite generally, again, remind you, between the top two, Harry George and Charlie Lower, quite literally, winner takes all. If either of these guys win the race, whichever one does it wins the championship. It is one more tour of the 300 circuit to go, Chris. Anyone's call at this point with a lap to go.
It really is, and I was just doing some calculations just off when I wasn't speaking just then, and the lead of the championship changed 3 times in a couple of corners, with the fastest lap going to George at the moment. That is actually quite crucial if they do finish off the top 2 spots. But remember, if either of them finishes in that top spot, then they do win the championship, nice and easy. But that doesn't look like it's going to necessarily be the case. Lower over the line first, though. Harry George in second, and William James in third.
Given the fact they came across the line together, by 26,000 of a second, Lower was in front. It could be that close to the side of the championship. Into Ritchie's for the last time. William James up the inside, and so is Gareth Lucas. It's 4 of them together for me. 3 abreast, nearly 4 abreast down towards Wilson. This isn't going to work, boys. Diving up the inside of all of them goes Gareth Lucas, but he overshoots. He's gone too quickly. Goes from 4th to 1st and back to 4th again in one corner. Clips the rear left corner of Harry George's car. But not all that great for Gareth Lucas. He didn't really need to do that.
No, it was obviously last lap desperation there, looking to see what he could get done. Maybe he also missed his braking points quite easy too. Got a bit of a wing up there inside there. But importantly, William James is ahead of Harry George, and that could be really crucial.
Oh.
The number plate goes flying off of the rear of William James's car there.
I think it's Harry George's car, because he's lost the number plate. I think he clipped the back of William James's car. As a result of that, that's now lost in the front number plate. So I have to try and retrieve that later on if he wants to get home. Either way, through Hamilton for the last time. Shouldn't talk about number plates, talk about the racing squad, not about number plates. Anyway, 2 Oggies for the final time. That's half a lap to go in here. Harry George now, he's the one that's under pressure. He needs to go and pass William James and get past Charlie Lower and try and get him before the flag. If not, Charlie Lower is in currently championship winning position. It's all on Harry George now. He needs to get past William James and then try, if he can, beat Charlie Lower to the line. Down the back straight for the final time. It's Lower, then it's James, George, Lucas, the top 4 all together. Down towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson. Wide approach. Charlie Lower goes to the outside racing line. Looking up the inside goes Harry George. He's got through to second place. He's got through. He's there. Now, if he can stay there and get close, he'll be in prime position to get the slipstream on Charlie Lower up the pit straight and to make it a photo finish to the side of the championship. Into the bomb hole for the final time. Top 4 all together. It's Lower, George, James, Lucas all together, close as you like, through Coram. This is where Harry George needs to be. If I'm Harry George personally, I stay here and try and get the run off the final corner to get the sprint to the line. It is going to be a photo finish, literally, to decide who wins the championship. Up to the final stretch straight now. It is going to be wheel to wheel for the championship. Lower's in front, but will Harry George get there? Possibly get the cameras out for a photo finish. Could be side by side to the checkered flag. Here we go. It's going to be Charlie Lower. He's done it. Charlie Lower wins the race, and we think on top of that as well, should be provisionally crowned the 2021 LoveCars Caterham Academy White Group Champion by 0.164 of a second at the end. Charlie Lower wins the race, and with that we believe he takes the title. James is 3rd, Gareth Lucas 4th. Rest of the pack comes streaming through. James Moon is 5th, Giles Perry is 6th. A photo finish for 7th between Michael Banton and Rocco Ainscoe. Banton 7th, Ainscoe 8th. Then Tom Noakes and Neil Perry rounds out the top 10. Talk about deciding academy titles. That's been mega today.
Absolutely brilliant, yeah. So Charlie looks like provisionally he's won the championship there by 1 point over the line. Harry George getting the fastest lap meant that he was just 1 point away from that championship win. So and William James there with his result looks like that might have solidified his 3rd place in the championship as well. So congratulations to all the academy drivers today. What brilliant action and drama.
And we've still got more to come up, because of course we've got the all-important, I call it the graduation race, they call it the Olsen Trophy. That's simply just going to be purely, how long is that race? 20 minutes, no points, no titles, simply just a winner's trophy and some bragging rights to find out literally who was arguably the fastest Caterham Academy driver of the season. So that's what we want to look out for, and I'm hoping that both of our provisionally new champions are on the grid for that. Fingers crossed, because that's going to be the case. We're going to get the face-off for the first proper time as champions of the two Provisional Academy title winners. That could be an epic duel at the front.
Yeah, there's no particular... the two groups in the Academy, there's no difference between them. They're randomly allocated, but there's always a bit of a competition and rivalry between the two groups as the season goes on to fastest laps and who's doing best and who is the best group. Well, in the Autumn Trophy, we get to find that out, and we'll find that out later on today.
Yeah, that'll be later on this afternoon. That's our fourth race after lunch out of 7 that we have. We've got one more race before lunch, and that one, of course, is being our first race for the CMMC Southern Intermark Silhouettes for their first appearance of 2 today after they qualified earlier on this morning, and that's going to be quite a fun race. We'll talk you through some of the cars for that race very, very shortly when we switch across. But just waiting for the final result to come through. I don't think we're waiting for anyone else on the... No, we're not. The only car we're waiting for is David Saxby, I think, who hasn't come across the line yet. He's in 23rd, so he's a bit further back down the order, I think. So either he hasn't come through yet, or possibly he's probably going to pit. So, the fact that they must wave the checkered flag suggests that they've spotted him coming through the last couple of corners. So he'll be the last man to the flag. What's been another great back and forth, fantastically competitive Caterham Academy season for both of the groups. And the fact that both of them have been settled by 1 point is fantastic in terms of how it's all worked out. So great stuff. David Saxby completes his first racing season with the final position, and we're nicely to see as well, all 23 cars started, all 23 made it home, which is great to see. That's always nice to see with the Caterham Academy, and congratulations to every single driver from this year's Academy for completing your first season of racing. So your winner and provisional champion, Charlie Lower, takes the victory by 0.164 of a second from Harry George in the end. William James finishes third ahead of Gareth Lucas in fourth. Top 4 separated by less than 0.8 of a second. Then James Moon, Giles Perry, Michael Bantam, Rocco Ainscoe, Tom Noakes and Neil Perry round out the top 10, followed by Mark Januszewski, Julian Roebuck, Benja Headley, Simon Patel, Augustin Sayrak, then Radford, Deason, Roberts, Lawrence and Arnold round out the top 20, and then it's 21st to 23rd is going to be Bateman, Walker and Saxby. As we said, fastest lap of the race goes to Harry George, but even that couldn't stop Charlie Lower from becoming provisionally the 2021 LoveCars Caterham Academy White Group Champions. So congratulations, Charlie. Hopefully we'll see him and the newly provisionally crowned Green Group Champion Jeff Newman on the grid together for this next race. So, those watching the Caterham stream, you'll be back after lunch with the 310Rs. We've got two more races to come for the Caterham Academy today, but for those watching BROTC, stay tuned, because the next race coming up is for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Clubs.